Hello. It is time. Hi, Yo-Yo. I think I gotta do something here. Something. The specific direction. Um. That gravity applies in is kind of difficult. Look at that stupid list. Yeah. Did I have? I said I would think about it, and I thought 0 seconds about it since I stopped yesterday. There's just something that I'm not quite getting with the specifics on how I decide the location and direction of this force. So I'm gonna start with my 3 positions and what should happen at each of them. Already been 7 days. Yeah. I kind of don't understand how I've already been working on this crawler for... It's like 2 things. How have I been working on it for 19 days and how... Yeah, 19. And how have I not finished yet? And also how have I even done it in the first place? Okay. So... Wow, it's like instantly just like... I don't know, what is this, like writer's block or something for programming? I instantly... Oh, that's fine. I'm like, my mind is rejecting me. I'm saying like, all right, let's think about it. And it's like, no. I would rather you just totally stop thinking. All right. So we've got the body. And then I've got... I'll just like... do this. Okay. So I've got like pretend 3 contact points there. Right, I can draw the shape between these. And I'll try to make it like 3D, maybe. Anyway. I don't know, maybe my approach is just all like stupid and there's just like a really simple thing that I can do here that I'm just not considering. Maybe that's it. Like the thing is I struggle to even like I can't even like diagram this. It's like that bad. All right. So I lift up a leg and I would, standing on level ground, you know, normally, I would expect to kind of like fall and tilt in that direction, which means I need to do 2 things. The first thing is either I apply the oh, there it was. I apply... Whoa. Not that. I can apply the vector towards the center of mass, but okay. More like this. I apply the vector at the center of mass and with some direction like that. That's why the Arcritter guys gave up too. Critta? Yeah. I keep using this to diagram stuff because some of this is just, it's too much for me to think about at once. I've been struggling with this one for actually many days. So this is solution 1. And then this is the hard bit. What is that? Why did you do that? Oh, really? Okay, let's just, because I think I messed it up because I dragged it by accident. Okay. Why can't I set the thing on it before I draw it? So I could either do center of mass in this direction. And the question is, what is that direction? That's a big question there. What is that direction? And then the other question is, or the other solution was this. I would apply offset from my center of mass. But where? The question in that case is where, and I think there's still, I guess there's not really a direction here, but maybe there is, I don't know. Where does this force apply from? Does it apply up here? Does it apply down here on the floor? Does it apply under the center of mass? Like, where does it go? It can't be under the center of mass because then it would just push straight up and it wouldn't fall over. It'd have to be like this. I guess the question in that case, or I guess what it would be in that case was if I take this vector and bring it back, and then I go up from its starting point. Maybe that would be it. I use this as a subtraction from the center of mass to get this position, and then I push up from there. The direction of it, not like the length of it, but the direction of it. Normal mapping PTSD. I think I'm just wrong. I think I'm just wrong about something here. Because I understand neither one of these two. The direction of here doesn't make sense. Because how does this direction interpolate as the body rotates? Because what would really happen is the body would rotate and that vector would rotate exactly with it. But then that's just wrong. If I know that I'm always pointing straight up and I pick, you know, where to push straight up on, that's the other hard part. Picking where do I push up from. And it can't be on this plane. Not exactly, at least. It would have to be center of mass. Or it'd have to be on the body, on the plane of a center of mass. It'd have to be somewhere on there. I think I'm wrong. I think all this mental rejection that I'm feeling is just telling me stop it. Just stop it. Because I can't, it's just not right. I think there's no basis in reality for this approach that I think is what it is. I think there's no basis in reality But how... I think I take that point and I project it back to the body plane. And that is where I apply the force from. I think that's it. And maybe the angle difference? No, I don't think so. Also, I don't know what happened when I was sleeping, but I feel like something is like in my eye here. It like hurts to push. Like even the touch on my eye here. I don't understand. Oh, okay. I think this just gives me that projection. I bring it back. I bring it back to my center of mass. I take this antigrav point. I don't have an antigrav normal. It is always just straight up. And I won't have this parameter. What is... Hang on. Given an orientation of the body... I mean, I could still have that parameter, actually. I think the difference is just that it is an interpolation between this best point and the midpoint of the legs. And maybe it'd be better to have the midpoint of the attachment points. No, I think of the leg points makes sense. Do I have that? I have my ground leg center point. Good. I can beat the best mass center. My antigrav point is this point. This will be, I take this, and then I add to it my, I think I add to it my, okay, I was missing the shift key. Is it center, do I draw a center of mass here? I think so, yeah. I can just say state center of mass. And then I interpolate between this and the other one. So quality 1 interpolates fully to this one, and quality 0 interpolates fully to the center point. So the center point is the ground points. I have to project this onto the plane. Is it just the body plane? Wait, what? I wrote that the whole weird way around. to anti-grav point using the body leg gravity quality. That should be that. And then I do total gravity multiplied by that at this point. And then I can just take this leg mass vector. Oh, why is it over there? Yeah, okay, that, yeah. What? Oh. That would be a mistake. Let's see, oh, right. I'm applying the opposite of that. And it just can't deal with that. Interesting. What? Sub-step. Yeah, that seems like way... I don't know. That's weird. That is weird. I mean, it seems like I'm just applying too much gravity. But this is what these do. Like, it would make sense if I was overcounting. But it also seems like... I mean, that's one frame. Like, that's really... That's kind of an insane amount of motion in a single frame. Right? Yeah, what's wrong with that? I don't know. I'm multiplying it by the correct values. Hmm. Maybe this needs to happen prior to that? Before springs? Just that initial rotation doesn't make any sense. It spins so fast and then it stops spinning. It's like immediately stable. Like, why did that make it rotate? It rotates so intensely. Two. I see 2 legs off the ground. That makes sense to me. 2 legs off the ground, that makes sense. Apparently, 2 legs are off the ground. It definitely looks more like these 2 legs, or these 3 legs are off the ground. When you fix it, put it as a library to GitHub with the car mechanics and name it I wasted my time for you. There? What do you mean, there you? Just like, here you go. What is this? Because the weird thing is, this happens in one tick, and then it's like fine. And it's just spinning. And it's just spinning. And then it kind of totally flips out. Yeah. Here you go would be the right phrase there, though. This doesn't make sense to me. Why is this one okay? Trying to be less chatty and let you focus on this. Aren't I awesome? I haven't noticed. Honestly. This one's just weird. This is just weird. Because now I feel like I am doing something wrong with this. But it's also not wrong. I mean, that's correct. This is the acceleration, and this is the mass. Do I have to run it before this? I can't, because I need to know that anti-grav point. So weird. It's so weird. What if I mean, does it make it more stable if I give it another iteration? No, that's just the exact same result. It just does this massive rotation in a single tick, and then it's not so fast. What have I done? Why does it rotate? Why does it rotate? Like, it's not even... It's not even like that far off from center. I don't understand why it's... She's shy. I'm name her Norma? The crawler? Why does this mess with it so badly? It's really bad. I think it might be a case here where I have to apply the gravity fix, and then I obtain the velocity at these positions. This just requires so many loops. I don't like that. I'll try doing that though. I mean, it could also just be like, I could apply all of it at once. So I wouldn't even apply it at the leg locations. Wait. Because technically the legs... No, never mind. Let me try that. Exactly the same result. So to me, this just says that this is just too much force somehow. So what is it? One. And for reference, what is this one? Prefer spaces to tabs. Hi, Blackwater. Yes, I do. I got I don't know. Like I don't they're comparable in terms of velocities. Do I really have to like obtain it? I don't get it. Alright, I gotta take the dog out. I'll be right back. I'm back. I think I need to reapproach this. So take out the prince. I'll just stop doing this. Also just... Actually, I'll just do this. Good old false and then it stops happening. So right now, I see no problem. I like how this looks, right? I like how it moves. It has it looks like it's got this weight to it, right? Now, okay, that's a little weird, but I'm just gonna ignore that. It's like rotation stuff. You just look at me. The issue I have starts happening not even when it's walking, but it happens when I stop it here. That's the issue I have. This rotation thing. It pretty much can't steady itself. It takes it too long. And I know that this is the result of applying anti-gravity only to grounded legs in this position. So as soon as it lifts a leg because it wants to rotate a little bit, it rotates way too far, or in fact it doesn't even rotate the right direction. It actually rotates in the wrong direction. So maybe what I really need to do is... Alright, here's my thinking. This should probably should do some kind of resistance to angular changes. Maybe that's what it really needs. Okay, so here's my new approach, my new idea. I'm just going to use leg gravity quality as the value instead of adding a new parameter. But essentially, once I'm done with everything, I read in my initial angular velocity, and I interpolate back to that using some value. So if I put in 0, I don't interpolate back to that one at all. If I put 1, I go all the way back, so I pretty much totally cancel any angular momentum that I built up. It's just a vector 3. Oh, it's this. Should I do spare? I don't think so. I think I'd just probably do straight lerp. I go back to old angular with, yeah, just that, just this value. So right now, whatever comes in, I go halfway back to that. So the idea is that it shouldn't stop it from rotating, but it should... The thing can still turn as it wants, but the anti-gravity should be adding essentially half. It's not really half, but much less. So let's see if I get that. It does look a little bit better. I don't know if it's like facing me perfectly, to be honest. But it kind of looks like it is. Yeah, I'm not seeing it like fall over, trying to rotate. I just have to convince it to look at me. I'm not sure why it won't look at me. Oh, okay. I think it's just something to do with like how I'm deciding when it rotates and when it doesn't. Just being a little bit annoying and refusing to rotate, I think is what it really is. I mean, that's something. What would I like to point to? Basically, part of it is still that, like, you need some amount of it to get this, like, the bobbing that it's doing here, which I really like to see. I really like seeing that. And maybe that's, I mean, yeah. It's okay, so I would say it's probably not enough. They didn't quite solve it there. I could also have this just be an acceleration, so it might even go, like, fully back to its old one. Though, I think maybe what I probably intend is that I take this value and I move it towards old angular. This is a really odd looking thing, but I'd have like a quality and then probably I do like rotation acceleration. Is that right? Okay. Um, 0 should still be something though. It should. They've given a slight improvement to it. Wow, okay. So I think what I do is I probably just do this. I might be able to take that out and just have it accelerate back. And maybe I just leave this in here as like as part of the iteration phase. So we keep moving it back towards the old value. So now the whole thing has this kind of resistance to whatever its built up changes are. I'm also seeing it rotate like immediately as well, which was not something that was happening before. It would really struggle to spin around. Yeah, like normally it would just straight crab walk up that. It would not have rotated back to face me. Okay, well that case it just didn't even try. I don't know, maybe there's like angle things. See if it turns around. It might not. Oh, it is. Sort of. Kind of. Alright, this is twice now that I think I've said, let me look at the problem and solve the... And then it solves the problem. Okay. Cool. Well, that was fun. Not really. I feel like I wasted my time, but... This is cool. Do I need to know this, though? I don't think so. I think, perhaps... I would do this multiplied by, like, the ratio of the number of legs that I have grounded. So, I'll do that. Times, do I have that just somewhere up here? Alright, let me do, like... Is it the same thing? No, I don't think so. Can I really not reuse that anywhere here? I guess not. A billion days making this spider? It is getting up there. But I am always making progress. Most days. I mean, this was cool, but I'm not using it at all. Also, am I really not doing, like, leg ratio? Division by this value? I'm literally not. It's kind of nuts. Why do you tell me that I'm not using leg ratio? Integer division. Do I need to know the shape of its legs on the ground? I've committed this, right? I've definitely committed this. So if I do want to bring it back, yeah, I last have a git push. So if I do want to bring it back, I can just bring it back. Wait, I didn't have polygon committed? Oh no. So I don't have this committed yet. I don't have it committed yet. I don't just want to comment out code. How useful is that? The polyline is useful. I'll keep the polyline. I had an idea and I'm making a spider enemy for my game. Awesome. How many legs, though? Do I need this? Do I need to know this? Enough. What do you mean enough? It has to have at least 6. And even then, I feel like people would probably... Some people are going to be upset calling it a spider with 6 legs. I mean, this is... I don't know. I don't know. Like, I'm trying really hard to keep this. How can I keep this? Okay, the polyline I can just keep. But do I need to know this? Where its legs are? This shape. Because I don't want to comment out the code. I also don't want to delete the code. But I definitely cannot run this code. I definitely can't run this code. So how do I not remove the code and also not run the code? I guess I could actually wrap it in like a false. I could just wrap the whole thing in a false. Then the code will be there, but it will be dead. It will be dead code. I mean, it was so cool though. This was all so cool. I like it. But I don't need to see it, and I don't know. I don't need to see it, and I don't know what code would even need to know this shape. Alright, I'll commit all of it together and then I'll delete it. That's my plan. I'll commit all of it and then I'll just delete it. Make 6 legs and sell 8 legs DLC. Yeah, okay, that's my plan. I'm going to commit all this code, and then I'm just going to delete the code. So it'll be there. If I want to go back to it, I can go back and look at it. Polyline is going to stay, for sure. That I could only end up using that in the future. I will adjust... I'm actually not even using that parameter anymore. I'm just moving it back. Using the leg ratio, the number of legs that I have grounded. Yeah, this code, this one isn't even used at all, so I can actually just delete it. I will leave this off so it doesn't, like, toggle in the history. I guess I'll be leaving that line change anyway. The attachment point thing. So shared mass is leg gravity mass. I get rid of that past statement, then I have an interpolation, or a move towards using the acceleration to try and like keep rejecting any movement that I make. Her name is Nora. I don't think so. I think it will remain unnamed. Until I come up with a name for it. If I even do that. Turning off debug, that's fine, I'll leave that. Though I don't really like that, so I need to turn those off, and then I just want to commit that file actually. I'll just leave it gone. Debug like polygon, then I guess in crawlerbot I just, well, I also won't commit that one. Well, yeah, let me make it so this is null. And then I will commit it such that, whoops. Such that the file just includes this. Oh, and the file is actually gone now. What? Yeah, turn that. What? I'm confused. I thought debug. Whatever. Obviously, I wasn't actually telling to name it Norma. What do you mean, obviously? You can still have pet names for things. That's what you were talking about. The Yelio virus from Zombie Game. I'll get there when I get there. Lore-wise, these robots are made for like utility, construction, transportation, you know, like basically just like future Boston Dynamics, I guess. They can do whatever you need them to do in a industry setting or a commercial setting. So of course they would have some kind of name for it. You know, they say it's Atlas. They have the names for the other ones that they pretty much never show because the humanoid one actually gets views or something. So, you know, it would only make sense that every single one of these machines does have a name. Like some non-code name, not like some weapon names are where it's like P200 or whatever, P2000. Right, it's not like a number in some, it's not a letter in some numbers. I think it's also just lazy. I think it's lazy, lame, and silly to go into like some creative writing thing and say, yes, my future robot is AT123. Like, come up with something. Like, actually try to be creative. Try to be creative. And don't even do like, oh, but it's an acronym for this cool phrase that no one ever knows because no one ever uses it. Just give it like a name. Give it like an actual name. There's the Tank Buster 200 over there. Like, if you still want a number, you know, maybe it's cool, but give it a real name. Peak. You know, yesterday you said I found something and then you never sent it. Or no, you did send it. Never mind. Yeah, you sent it. I watched it. Well, am I saying Anthony Adia? What is this? This isn't a real video that they made, right? It says re-upload. Is this a real video that they made? The Perk 30 disaster? Confederate Smosh? Great, my recommendations are immediately trashed. Awesome. Immediately improved. Okay, well, I think it's all here. I'm just not sending... I'm not sending the test scene. Wait, let me verify. I'm just not sending that. Yeah, debug like polygon false. Yeah, that line will just go away. So I have polyline. The coolest gun ever. Alright, I'm sending it. Crawler legs now resist. Okay. Angular resist changes in angular velocity by accelerating. What is this? Coolest gun ever. How does Twitch feel about real guns? That is crazy. I think as long as you don't point it at the camera or at a person, Twitch is fine, right? That was so loud. Okay, then I'm not gonna play it. 410 revolver shotgun. Yeah, I'll just the image. Don't risk. I mean, you say it's loud, so I'm not gonna play it. I don't think I was gonna play it anyway, but the image is enough, I think, to look at that. Yelling at the dog. What do you mean yelling at the dog? I told him to get out. He was doing things behind me that he should not be doing in my room. And he knows that. In fact, he knows it so well, I just have to, like, say his name. I just have to, like, stop and turn and, like, say his name, and he'll be like, oh, okay, yeah. And then he just leaves. Out. I muted. Hope you didn't actually hear me saying out aggressively. Colleagues resist changes in angular velocity by accelerating back to the by accelerating out of, I'll just say resist changes in angular velocity. Poor dog. Dude. He licks himself on my bed, and I don't like that. It's not like the grooming licking either. It's a different kind. That's as much as I'll say about it. I think that's all I really have to say. I will also say, added some debug for, oh yeah, also added polyline debug drawing. And then will be removed immediately, but also added code to visualize the rounded leg poly shape. It was a test for an alternate method of gravity resistance. Okay. Listen to my mom's cats. Gave birth in the same week and they started switching kids to the point that, okay, they switched kids. Wow. How many? I'm assuming that's got to be a lot. I don't know like what the numbers are typically for cats. But I'm assuming it's like usually more than one at a time, right? Get bush, get status. Okay. And now I'm just gonna delete this. And I don't think I use this one either. This whole line, that all just goes away. Leg polygon. Yeah, delete that. Delete that. I don't think this is really used. I think I only used it for that. Yeah, it's just calculated, not even used anymore. Okay, I think probably what I do is I just look at commit history. I need to play Baroque? Probably. Tools notice those two are weak, they abandon them. I think animals are just kind of different. They give birth and they just kind of see the kids and they're like, they don't have any attachment to them. Not until they've like at least been around for a while. Not like people where you have one child and you're raising that child for a while. And there's like social, you know, you're socially involved with that child too. Not like cats where the most social involvement is they just sit and breastfeed until they decide to stop doing it. Right? And that's like all the interaction that they have with their parents. Big on Discord? Yeah. I mean, I look now. Yeah, I think I can see like 5, I guess. 6. It's a bunch. That file, this file, I'm not doing anything with that one. This file, grounded like center point, leg polygon, debug leg polygon. I don't know about that. He ignored. I watched that video. I watched the video. I did. I didn't watch it on stream, but I watched it. Well, I didn't show it. So change there. And a center point, I get rid of that. Like gravity mass. That whole segment I got rid of. That's not like gravity mass. Yeah, okay. I think I've got all of it just deleted. I mean, I guess I compare these two. Ratio, gravity mass. I think gravity mass is staying though. Anti-grav point. Get rid of that. This whole section is gone. And then that's gone. Yeah, okay. Deleted. And then I have to open these and make sure that they are like actually properly gone. Tom's Hardware. When you're arguing about Tenua getting bypassed. About you being a baby and we'll get hacked. What? I don't even know how those connect. That's... They mean like the company being a baby and saying that they're going... I don't know. Dude, why are you pulling the bed sheets all the way off? What are you doing? He's just taking all the sheets off my bed right now. The hypervisor? Are they saying like that people who are... Is that like pirating, cracking? Are those like... I guess I could say the same thing. Use the same word. Or use those words interchangeably there. Saying that they're going to get hacked because they're using cracked versions? You will get hacked. I mean, there is like sometimes suspicious software where the whole thing is you're supposed to download an exe and then run the exe and then you have the game. those ones are like a little suspicious because that source is not available. You can't even compile it yourself. Deep mining able to look at Polygon. Yeah, okay. Remove. Yeah, just removing that. To bypass the hypervisor. Basically leaving the door open. I mean, yeah. I mean, the difference in these cases is that anything malicious that they are doing has to be low profile enough that people won't notice. It's got to be that low profile. Because otherwise people would stop downloading it very, very quickly. I'm sure there's even teams of people who look at those and go like really deep investigating like bytecode and stuff like that. Doing virus scans on it to see if there's anything malicious at all. So it's like you could say it's like the Wild West, but it's also got sheriffs. So you could say maybe it's like what is it? It's like the Pirates of the Caribbean. They're all evil, but they don't want to fight each other. I mean, I guess maybe saying they're all evil is kind of like wrong in both metaphor and actual. They're all going against the law, but they don't want to fight each other. Crash getting published. Can you link those? I mean, yeah, it's like they got their own sheriffs, right? Is it kind of done? Is it kind of, in a place that I like? I have noticed that this happens now. It will actually, okay, if I bring it too close to the edge, it gets really, really stuck, but I'm also not sure, like, whose fault it is, if it's my fault, or what. Okay, it just, like, it just, like, kind of totally gave up on trying to face me. Which is a little funny. Look at me. Is it looking at me? Okay, now that feels like it's looking at me. I don't... Hang on. I think the code is just snapping to my transform, but I kind of wanted to snap to my first-person camera transform. I want that to be the target. Target player. Target position equals... Yeah, I'm going to say... Camera. Yeah, I want you to look there. At the camera. It's not even the link. Twitch just noticed the dots and thought it was a link. What do you mean it's not the link? To put like a Bitcoin miner is looking at you. Check disk blob. Why do you say disk blob? Whoa. If it tries to go too far, it seems like it kind of loses itself. It also weirdly just gives up sometimes. That can be future stuff. This is me like really trying to pressure it to do something. But the real goal has been just making it... Okay, no. Here, please. The real goal has just been making it so that when it goes up here and it stops, it pretty much doesn't move at all. It stops pretty convincingly. Whoa. This code is ass. Session terminated. Great. Nope. There we go. Why do Discord links look like this? I feel always suspicious that there's some kind of like data in these links that is like bad for me to show. Somehow. If there is, someone's gonna tell me. Is not getting paid enough to deal with you. Norma just... no, not gonna call it that. The crawler is just doing exactly what I told it to do and nothing more. It kind of just gives up sometimes. It's like, nope, I'm just not turning. I think that is just partially my fault. I don't have the best targeting code, I think. I tried to fix it because sometimes it would just keep trying and it would never get it right. And now I said, okay, well, if you get close enough, then you can stop. And now it's like, close enough to what? So sometimes it just stops early. Ooh, that was interesting looking. Hang on. It looked a little interesting, but I think it's probably fine. Okay. She gives up, told you. But sometimes it doesn't. So, like on flat ground, it's like, it goes all the way. Okay. Never mind. I wrote some code in there that says, hey, you can stop early when you're close enough. But I must have wrote the code wrong because now it looks like it just will stop. It just will stop. It just completely gives up. All right, how do you deal with this now? Okay, not the box. All right, cool trick. I wish it would not crab walk though. Look at me, please. Please look at me. Nice. Now come up. Alright. Godot shadows. Aren't these shadows just awesome looking? They're just half transparent. Oh. And it's okay. It gets so stuck on the crab walk, it really does. What happens if I tell you to just go there? What do you think about that? It's just gonna run into the wall. Yeah. What about over there? It's so close. It is just getting really close now. It's handling all these like pretty well, I think. This, you know, the stairs are just too small for it. I would definitely have some kind of like navigation thing where I kind of stop it from doing this. If it tries to go up there, it's just gonna get as close as it can, and it probably won't go up very far. I'm actually surprised it's handling this really well. It doesn't look too bad. This is definitely far beyond what it's meant to be capable of, but it doesn't look too bad. Dynamic shadows are not procedural shadow maps. Godot, global illumination shadows are also something else, or just... You can't achieve zero clipping. Well, I mean... Technically in physics, there is zero clipping. Like in worst case, there might be one single frame, one visible frame where something is inside of something else. Like, you know, rigid bodies, but then it'll pop out. And you would never see it. I don't care too much about the meshes. Like, I mean, this is just a fake mesh. So I can see it, because really this is just a pure skeleton. It's not, there's no mesh, actually, that I've made. Dang. It's getting there. So Godot just uses shadow maps based on your camera position. You can do baked lighting, though I've never really tried baked lighting. And then global illumination, as far as I'm aware, is the same thing that Unreal Engine does, which I think is just bad. That's just a totally bad, stupid approach. Like, I think literally any quality of shadow map is better than the best quality global illumination that you can achieve in a real-time application. Any shadow map is better. I would actually say no shadows. I would honestly prefer no lighting over global illumination methods that exist today. Running an LLM model on Atari. Okay. I don't know if that's impressive or not. All right. I kind of have that. All right. Limit spring force to be some small acceleration over gravity. Over gravity. All right. So this would mean the stiffness and the damping, and then I would have a limitations on that. Because technically that's just prevent it from like spinning out and doing crazy stuff, which I haven't even seen it spin out and do crazy stuff recently. How can I make it do that? Probably like jumping on it might do it. I don't know. How can I... I think if I bring it up here and then tell it to walk off the top, it will spin out. I think that's most likely. Would you go up there, please? One thing that I don't quite know yet how I'm going to do is how I'm going to get these things to... Like, how can I place these on a surface and have them spawn on a surface like this? I think it should just work, but I think I have to be very precise. All right. So what was that? All right. My thinking is that... All right. Let me see if I can get it up there. I think I should just be able to, like, flip it around. And just stick it to the bottom of this. And it should just be fine. As long as I get the leg targets, like, perfect. If they're perfect, then it probably works. Alright, so that should be perfect. I hope it is able to help with... What? Gemma helps with Godot? I mean, it is kind of just Python. Alright. There it was. It happened. Why did it spin out? What spins out? It doesn't look like it should be the springs because the springs stop operating as soon as the leg is not attached to the ground. And that happened a long time after it was off the ground. So it's free falling, and then it kind of kicks up a lot of rotation. It's actually still free falling without rotation. Oh, that time it didn't do anything. What? Okay. So no ground means it's not doing... Why did it start spinning out before? I can't get it to spin out again. This is also so high up. There. Is it because I'm holding on to... It must be the rotation, right? Also, I don't really need to count grounded legs because I already know this. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense to me. Where does it get that velocity from? Duct tape Google's filament rendering engine with Jolt and beg it to not hallucinate. If LLMs were any good at what they do, at what we try to say that they're good at doing, that would just be the only way to make anything now. What could be doing this? I guess I can do custom pre-movement forces and do like, I can print the outputs of this and say, yeah, the differences, I guess. It's definitely angular velocity. Maybe... No, because the spring forces just don't do anything at all. Yeah. Length squared. Let me do, I think it's like 5 degrees per second. Yeah, I'll say 5 degrees per second. If I whip up more than 5 degrees per second, then it's, I'll say 1. Um, 3 to the negative 4. They're pretty good at using to make NPCs talk and do stuff. they've made games like that. They don't turn out well because of the human desire to mess with the AI. You can typically in those ones the game logic is essentially asking, or the prompt is essentially saying, if the player tells you this, then give this response and then activate some kind of like objective completion. So in pretty much any of those games, you can just lie. There's nothing to stop you from doing it. Because I mean, I guess you can kind of do some logic binding where you can say, if they say this, call this function and see if this function returns true, and then if this function returns true, then say this. You can kind of do like that. I think like the challenge of stopping the players from sequence breaking your game using NPC like prompted dialogue options or just prompted dialogue is really, it's a challenge. You have to you would have to prevent them from saying whatever you want. So you could say like give them your set of custom dialogue responses, or have some sort of prompt produce those responses. Like I don't know. I'm not gonna speak with people IRL. Like as soon as you get into the case of trying to allow someone just to talk to a language model, you're opening the floodgates for sequence breaking and bugs. All right, let's see. Okay, no printing yet. It's good. I gotta put the player on top. I have to put the player on top of this as well. This is just too much. All right. I'm trying to look down at the same time. So I want to see who drives this behavior. And I'm holding right click the whole time because I think that's part of it. I have to be holding right click for it to create this insane acceleration. Yeah, it should start spinning out pretty hard around here. I let go of right click. Whoa, I saw it. I saw it. Offset steps. Why did offset step run? Why did the legs think they were grounded? This is very far from the ground right now, too. Like, the distance between these shadows. Animal Crossing Star reminded me of best video ever on YouTube. You guys keep saying, like, greatest video, peak. And then it's just not. Alright, I don't know what this is. I guess I'll watch it. It doesn't look unsafe. What? I don't send unsafe things to you. I can never be too safe. I can never be... No. I can never be too... What's the word? Something that's like... It's not being on edge. There's something there. Some kind of word there. Cautious. I think it's what I'm... Yeah, that's what I was looking for. I can never be too cautious. How, though? Like, what is this? What are they doing here? I mean, they're recording into something. I don't know what that is. Is this like the actual recording of the song? Like the original song? This isn't someone making a remix or something? Cool. Yeah, so this only happens when this jumps in here and it thinks it has grounded legs. Also, I think this is wrong. Percentage of the total legs necessary to lift the body, 1. If it is not equal to 1... Yeah, this should be like is 0. This is meant to be 0. Because then they'll say, no legs can be on the ground and we can do the max. So yeah, otherwise this has to be like that. Snot? Maybe. Yeah. Because yeah, this basically adds this adds some huge angular change, and then it gets even more crazy. And it's not even close to the ground. So I don't understand how the legs can be thinking that they're grounded when they're definitely not. So... is the leg colliding with itself? Wow. That's gotta be it, right? Okay, so it happened for a few frames. Alright, so it's definitely gotta be the leg colliding with itself. So I'm gonna see if I can't... I'm trying to double tap space like it's Minecraft. So it's gotta start spinning. And then I'm just going to step through. And those legs look really close, so maybe... I don't know how it could collide with itself, though. That seems kind of crazy to me. I don't think it rotated enough. Oh, hang on. It's doing it. It's doing it. It is actively doing it. Stop right there. Cool. So my theory is that the legs are somehow casting onto its own body, and it thinks it's standing on itself, which is not correct. That should not be possible. So I will look at all the legs. Yeah, we say we're on the floor. We are nowhere near the floor. This is very high off the ground. The ground normal is upside down, so yeah, that's also just not right. I'm standing on the bottom of some ground. Relative contact velocity? Yeah, this is an insane velocity. This is like not even adding 14 to 14 together, or 4 to 4 together. This is like... yeah, this is something crazy happening. So yeah, my theory is that if I look at the ground that it thinks it's colliding with, it's gonna be like... itself, is my thought. I'm looking at... this isn't even... okay. Remote? I can't even see it. Oh wait, Groundcast. I think it's definitely colliding with itself. It says exclude parent. That isn't... it's definitely not excluding parent correctly. I think what I have to do is I have to go to each one of these and like specifically exclude its own body parts. It'll go to like the body parent node and go through all collision object children and exclude those. Because it should definitely not be trying to step on itself. Also, it's possibly an issue where even though it does hit itself, it pushes itself. It's not applying the opposite force onto the ground yet. So that's kind of part of it. That's why it's able to whip up to incredible speed, because it's pushing on itself and it's not pushing back on itself, right? Like if I press my hands together, my hand is not going to accelerate off into, you know, something crazy, because they're both pushing against each other. I'm dropping all frames right now. It's all network frames. Huh. Is Twitch dead? It looks fine to me. Wait. Oh, is it fine now? Why is my own thing so far delayed? Alright, I guess internet died for a second there. How long was that going? That was going for like almost 2 minutes before I noticed it. Okay. Dang. Alright. I thought it might have been CPU, so I stopped the game from running, but it was not. It was just purely network. Okay. So there's my theory. Every time I do apply impulse, though, I should also be applying the same impulse to the ground. I guess I can start with that. I think if I just do that, it should prevent it from spinning out like that completely. I need crawler legs, though. Because I need to track that body. guess I can just use physics body. Gives me a little bit more stuff. Okay. Oh, cool, there it is. I can just do ground body. Okay. And then I need to know that point of contact on that body. Huh. I mean, I guess I have ground points. Yeah, I do have ground point. Though I don't reset it. That's fine. I'll have to reset it. Xbox still making hardware while abandoning making exclusives. Have you considered that they are stupid? Ground point minus ground state transform origin. I could also do ground body state. Does ground... Does this contain a reference back to the body? No, this has nothing. You can get other objects from it, but you can't get this object. Yeah. Interesting. No. No way. I honestly think they've just been getting burned enough times about like failing to even make a game, like a good game, and be profitable, that they've probably just given up on it. They say, forget it, I give up. My stupid way of forcing games into existence isn't working. So instead of just looking at other people and seeing what is working, I'm just going to give up. We're going to pivot. I think it's dumb. I think they are just actually dumb. They forgot how to make games. And they refuse to, like, notice that. The way that they've talked about it is kind of like, oh, we're just losing. Like, we're doing our best and we're just losing. I don't think they're doing their best. They're just being stupid. They'll never make first-party games available anywhere else anymore. Nintendo route. To port the only reason. What's the only reason? What game? God of War is PlayStation exclusive, right? I think that was a great game. I could say I pretty much got PlayStation to play God of War, to play those games. And it was awesome. Yeah. They're so infested by Microsoft that at this point, anything running Windows is an Xbox, because Xbox is just Windows. It's just a custom UI on top of Windows. Oh, I'm pretty distracted right now. I was trying to get the other body state. Does it make sense to use the same point in space as the push? It probably does. Though it feels kind of weird. It feels weird to push it from some fake spot in space, but I guess it's probably more correct. Returns null, right, yeah. So I have to do that. Spring midpoint. So yeah, I would just do plus state transform origin. Oh. No, right, because it includes a state transform origin, which can change. Well, actually, it can't change here. Never mind, that's fine. Yeah, that's actually fine. Maybe think we will give up on hardware, but they're not. They're not making exclusives. Is the offset from the body origin? So I guess I would do like spring midpoint. Add this, and then I say subtract ground state transform origin. Is that all the impulses I apply? Yeah, it is. Trying to assign value of CHG combiner 3D to a variable of physics body 3D? Oh, that's awesome. Okay. Alright, ground body is just gonna be a RID. If I can type it. Yeah, actually, I think I don't really need to reset it. I can probably just leave it. So I expect, I'll try this a few times, but I expect to see it not do that anymore. Yeah, I don't remember if I don't think I saw any pops in the middle of this. Yeah, it didn't even happen. I think I was able to do it just by like being really straight onto it. Okay, didn't do it again. I need to see like in the middle of it, it prints out. Oh, you know what I probably should do? Maybe I do it the other way around. Instead of printing no ground, I'll print as ground. And in fact, I should do it the other way, where I check the previous and next value. Because if it is applying the opposite force to itself, then I would see it stop rotating, but I would also not really know that it's happened. Touched ground. It happened in the middle of there. In the middle. It happened that time, but it didn't go flying. Alright. Why does it feel like it moves a little strange? I mean, I saw it do flips, but it didn't look strange. Yeah, it didn't like spin out of control. Yeah, I'm seeing it happen there, and it's not doing anything. So now I will do a test and see if I get rid of this call. If we will spin out. Instantly happened. I'll run it a few more times. I mean, I guess it happening one time is proof enough. It didn't happen that time. Yeah, it's a little tricky to figure out. All right, it was doing it there. Bring this call back. This isn't the only fix, by the way. I'm also gonna actually stop it from pushing on itself. It will not read itself as possible ground to push off of. I guess the theory there is that, you know, the legs will sense that they're touching something, but they will also be like, most likely it's me, because I happen to know that my motor orientations tell me that my leg is right underneath my own body or something like that. So even if it were to collide with itself, it would know. Yeah, I kind of need to be able to, like, reproduce it. Yeah. All right. So solution number 1, solve. And then I guess I can take these out because I'll just comment this. Get rid of that. And our next solution is during the setup. I will set up each leg. The leg setup should create these ground casts. And then I guess what I probably say, shape cast, we find the shape cast, we get the shape cast. If we got the shape cast, then I think we go up to our parent. Or no, I can't do that. It has to be in ready. Add all children as exclusions. For shapecast. So I have the body parent, so I can say for should be like find children pattern, and then the type is object class. So I think type, what I'm looking for is, I think just collision object. Well, because collision object has the get RID, which is what I need to exclude. Owned true? Yeah, I guess it should be owned as well. Add exception RID. I wish there was a better way to do this. Add a collision exception so the shape does not report collisions with a specified RID. That's really annoying. That's actually incredibly annoying that I have to do it that way. Because then I can't iterate through them, so I have to save them here, and then iterate through them again for each one of these to add them. That's so stupid. Why? That is so stupid. Why can't I just add... I tell you exactly what this does, is it adds the RID to an array, and that's it. And I could just have that array fully accessible. That's really stupid. Yeah, I'll grab them here. Then... Well, I guess actually... I guess I can actually do it down here at the bottom. Yeah, I can just do it down here at the bottom. Shapecast is assumed to exist. And I guess I'll be nice and check this before I run it. Okay, so now I should not even see that appear anymore. Or, well, I mean, yeah, I got rid of touching ground a little bit early, I think. Can I bring just that back? Nice, okay. I wonder if at this point, if I should just add a bunch of these to the map and have them all just going crazy. No, probably not yet. Probably not yet. All right, now, of course, I do this. If false, and so I stop this from happening. And I see if I get it running. Touched ground. I saw it immediately. I'll make sure it's consistent. I can make it happen. It happened? Alright, it happened a bunch there. Alright, so I think I've shown that that is working. Definitely an improvement there. It's also pushing back now, which means technically if I have it walk over to this box, you come down. I should have just restarted it with it on the ground. I mean, technically now I should be able to, I mean, not really. I guess I can put it, I can probably make it walk over the top of these balls and maybe it will do something. If I can get the leg to land right on top of it. Yep. Well, that worked. And then I will put a leg on top of this skillfully. All right. Well, okay. It's a little bit weird, but I mean, getting there. Can you put a leg on top of this? I know that you're able to. You're definitely able to. It should, like, technically be kind of making it harder for me to push. I don't know. I mean, these were probably whatever. It's kind of there. Technically, it just requires that I have the legs actually kind of reacting to any motion that's being applied back to them, which right now I don't have that. But this is a good start, at least. Alright. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna have 2 now. That was a little weird. I had like some weird motion there at the start. Or what happens if you walk into each other? Can I even make that happen? Oh. I guess I can push one out of the way. I just want one to put a leg on the other one. That's what I want to happen. Oh. They're pushing each other. Yeah, this one's feeling the pressure. Alright. Cool. I will disable one of these though. Well, I don't really know how to disable it. I'll just delete it. I only needed it for a second just to see. What the hell? Alright. Okay. So what did I solve here? What did I just do? Limit spring force to some small acceleration over gravity? Oh, that's funny. I didn't do that at all. Okay. I will send this one, because this one is still, like, an improvement. And I need to get rid of that, because I'm going to see this. Yeah, I think I can I don't think I'm safe to get rid of this, too. Oh, that was also another fix. I needed to make that 0. I don't need to count up grounded legs there. I can just use grounded leg counts, which is already calculated. And then I have it travel straight at me. Okay. Oh, my task text is not up. Although it's not even anything. It's not like I'm actually updating it recently. Okay. now applies opposing forces to ground body. And excludes own body from ground detection. Yeah. Yeah, and it also does it for steps too. Because that would be a problem if I started adding physical bones. The physical bone would move forward and suddenly my step target is like up in the air. Or it would at least just be wasting time. Checking for collision between objects that shouldn't even be considered. It would probably never have a visual impact, at least on the step raycast happening. It could be a problem for misses. So if it misses a floor and then grows the shape size, then it might think, oh, I can stand on myself. That would be a problem. Okay, so now I need to actually do this. Limit spring force be some small acceleration over gravity. So this will be somewhere around here. I'll let 0 be like the unbounded value. Well, no, maybe I won't. I'll just, yeah, do that. And this is going to be an acceleration applied on top of gravity. So essentially what I'm going to look at is, I'm going to look at, my idea is I look at the stiffness value, and I limit the absolute value of that to be no higher than gravity, like gravity's projection onto that direction, plus this value. So I'm thinking probably 3 meters per second of acceleration is probably fine. How much acceleration like springs can apply? Does not affect damping. So there's just be a pure limitation on top of the spring force here. So if I say on top of gravity, I need to compute a max, which will be, I think, gravity plus this value. So the gravity's projection onto the spring direction, right? And then for now, I'm just gonna leave damp force to let it go crazy, let it do whatever it wants. I'm not gonna worry about that. And And I guess I can calculate a spring limit immediately. This will just be a positive value. And it's going to be the relative change. I mean, yeah, I'll just calculate it simply. I'll just say spring limit will be that, that max spring acceleration, times the, let me not call this leg gravity mass. Let me call this a leg mass. I'll call this a leg shared mass. Because these values are just kind of a little bit hard to follow what this means. Okay. So that's technically the limit right here, is this value. The acceleration of the individual leg will be limited to this. But this is on top of gravity, so it still has to be able to... I guess it technically does resist gravity already. So what do I say there? Am I just limiting it to this? I do like a clamp using this value. It might just be that simple. Yeah, I think it might just be this simple because gravity is already being excluded. Okay. And this can actually, whoops, this line can actually just pull out here to the top. I like just adding the extra line, actually. I kind of prefer that. I kind of like that it's just an extra line. Alright, this doesn't make it non-functional, right? Interesting. That's not what I expected to see. I mean, I could probably just put this inside of here. This limit. So then I don't have to consider leg mass at that point. All right, yeah, I'm gonna do this. I should see the same result. Yeah, I need to put the player back in the ground. Give me... That is some aggressive hitbox right there. It is so much larger than that, and it's like obscuring the other one. Yo, what? Hello? Huh? What? Wait, what? That was like, that's actually so weirdly different. Wait, is this like set to 0 or something? Is it only moving by damp? Oh, that's annoying. Big annoying. Super big annoying. Why doesn't it level out? Okay, I think, this is too aggressive. It needs to be able to, possibly do this a bit less. Like maybe I don't even use rotation acceleration. The default would be like, it'd be like 1, so it'd be like... some fraction of a radian per second. Maybe I can put this as a parameter. Because I want it to have some reduction, but not like a total reduction. Because it still needs to be able to apply some movement here. And now I'm losing that. I can also do it per iteration. So I could do like this instead. Move that inside of here. Percentage iteration can apply some amount of rotation, or at least it should be able to. This is really weird. I thought it would just be as simple as doing that. Clamping it there. All right, I'll just try scaling it up. I thought 1 would be good because I imagine this as an acceleration, right? That's how I thought of it. And it corrected there with 2. And it is falling over as well, even at 3. I can see as it's walking that it's falling down. Hmm. Oh, wait a second. I That's it. That's the mistake. That's why it was just not looking correct at all. Because it was supposed to be sub-stepped, and it was not being sub-stepped. Oh, not like that. I mean, divide by sub-step. It's an acceleration. It includes... All right. Now, I'm not really sure how I can demonstrate that that's working, but definitely it is a case where it should be doing something. Like if it finds itself buried slightly into the ground, right? It'll have like this high offset on that. Alright, so that surely must have been something, right? So I'll run that a few times to make sure that's a consistent thing that happens. And then I'll take off the limit and see what happens without a limit. So I guess I can say here, spring limit. What's the smallest value you can assign? Okay, I'll just make it a very big value. Essentially, like, uncap it. A bunch of 9s. That's always nice. So I expect it probably flips out. Alright, it had the exact same result, actually. Is it possible that I can make an even more screwed up orientation? Hmm. Alright, let's get the player a little bit closer. I wonder if that's always been the bug, because I thought that this was going to be a solution to, should this actually just be like state step? I don't know. I don't know. This is weird. Because this is an acceleration applied like this, right? So I think it should just be spring limit. And not doing this division like that. But it doesn't feel like it's an acceleration, though. It really doesn't. It feels like I'm giving it a velocity. I mean, maybe it's partially the damp force. I mean, that's just not, it's just not right. Huh. I think I still technically need some kind of limitation. Maybe it's meant to just be the combination of these together. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe it is actually meant to be a combination of these two. Okay. funny. Weird. It's really weird. Because the question is, how is it able to whip up to that speed in the first place? It's just meant to be leg mass. That looks better. Weird. It's actually kind of weird. Because I would think like 3 meters per second of acceleration should be the value. But it's like it's not enough to even like stop itself now. Which is why I thought I should only apply it to the spring force. Yeah, okay. I think it's probably just meant to be different. So I'll say like max spring damp and max spring acceleration. Acceleration can be low and then damp can be quite high. That's my thinking here. And then I shouldn't have to clamp this because they'll just be clamped already. And it is per leg as well. They'll try to go more based on the shared leg mass, but per leg will have some limitations. Yeah, so that means it'll basically just be this. I can calculate this up at the top. Okay, so I will just duplicate this. How much damping acceleration the leg springs can apply to the body? Does not affect damping. Does not affect stiffness. So I'll let this one be a little bit higher as like a default value. I'm still trying to figure out like what the default value should even be. Nah, I'll just... Whoops. Don't undo that far. Okay. Let's see how this does. Definitely looks kind of better immediately. It's still not enough, I think, spring acceleration to keep it off the ground. It does still seem to like fall over a little bit. Maybe I'll say 4. I'll still leave the other one at 6. That stupid thing. I wish, like, there was a time when that just, like, updated correctly, but now it doesn't anymore. Alright. I have to, like, always click back onto it and, like, click reset because it's technically like stored as that value, even though it's also stored as a null. It's just dumb. All right. This definitely needs to be like higher than it all the time though. Yeah, it just like it just falls over so easily. I'm just like shocked at this. I didn't expect to see it behaving like this at all. I mean, this is always on top of gravity. It always is effectively operating in a friction in a gravity-free environment. Because we take it off at the end. Yeah, I don't like it. It's not looking correct at all. It doesn't feel intuitive. I mean, it is doing something at least. Like, this is definitely like stopping it from launching itself. It's kind of not able to do that. Um, and maybe it is missing, like, you know, an acceleration factor, uh, a velocity correction. Because like if something is pushing up from below, it's going to struggle with that. I mean, I guess it makes sense. It would essentially feel like it suddenly weighs more, right? That would be the experience. Is that it weighs more, but it's not aware of what that, you know, the fact that it does weigh more. So it would at least like look a little bit more correct. But I don't like this because I thought I'd be setting a value like a low value. And that was never even updating, so I wasn't even looking at the results. Dang, it's locked in under the ground now. I think I figured that if I crouch, I can push it. That does look like a bit of a problem. I just saw like earlier it was kind of like falling over while it was walking. Why did that just happen? Really? It can't push itself up though. Damn. Alright, well, I don't like how large are these values I'm setting for it, so I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to scrap all that and have like some, just like a solid limit, a single solid limit. And have that be all that I do. Max leg force. Watching it to be stable while being pushed around, and yeah, I'll say it should be just enough to be stable while being pushed and entering extreme inclines. And I'll start it at 40 or 20. Did I say 20? Yeah, 20. All right. And I'll see how 20 looks. Twenty looks pretty good. All right. $20 might even be like too high. Because if I say it should be just enough that I can push around while it remains stable, then I've already got it too high probably. Trying to walk up on top of me, that was funny. Alright, 20. What about drop it by 2? That is crazy. What is this? I'll figure out what that is eventually. I don't care about it right now, honestly. Pretty good. Let's expedite this process here. All right. That looked decent enough. What about 15? I did notice stuff there. I did notice something with how it stood up. Alright, it fell into the surface, but I kind of don't really totally care about that. Yeah, 15's just about at the limit. I might just go back to 18, I think. What if I push you like this? Actually, I think that one looked good to me. Should I define it in terms of G? Maybe defining it in terms of G would be better. Because this is a little bit less than 2 Gs. I feel like there's kind of some wasted math, actually. That's probably not worth doing. I'll just say this is the value, and I'll bring this down to like 30, so it doesn't look too ridiculous. All right. Okay, he just walked straight into the surface. That's pretty sad. That will be fixed by improving the springs. And also the body, eventually the leg parts will actually have physics, full physics sims, so they won't even be able to do that in the first place. Alright, I'm happy with that. A single value that I can set it to is pretty good. Also, have I messed that up? I've had deceleration at 8 this whole time. Ooh, hang on, I might be struggling a little too much with that. Actually, I think that might have just been a fluke. Alright, alright. That's happened twice now. I'm actually just gonna say that wasn't enough. Alright, we go back up to 18. Because 18 had handled that well enough, in my opinion. Well enough. Maybe it should actually just, maybe it should just go to 20. Maybe it just goes to 20. Yeah. Right. 20 it is. Not exactly what I planned, but after experimenting, I saw that, you know, my idea was bad. So. I changed the name of that because it was kind of crazy. I moved old angular in there. I think I might take that out. Or might move that back. Let me move that back and see if it looks less crazy wobbly. Super lost right now, apparently. A little bit less wobbly. Yeah. I mean, I would have expected that. And I shouldn't be making, like, sort of obscure changes like that. Anyway. Variable name improvements is fine. Should I even send that? I think maybe I shouldn't even send that. Maybe I shouldn't even send that. Alright, I'm gonna go back to shared mass and, like, gravity mass. No, because I need that. Yeah. I think, at least I could say shared mass, maybe. It will reduce some of those changes. Yeah, that's better. Okay. Technically, this was a mistake. I shouldn't have been working with that. Yeah, I'll send that as a separate one. And then I'll actually go, since I've been working with like 8 as the deceleration this whole time, I'll just make that the default. Okay. Continuing. Teleport leg IK targets to leg bone when too far away. Alright. So I will set myself, I'll set myself up for this. I guess the real test is probably just doing this, having it fall, and well, this isn't actually, I think, that test. Yeah, this isn't actually that test. Well, maybe it is. Maybe it actually is, because I see its legs sit up there like that. Okay, so this will be like a 2-part test. The leg shouldn't go straight up like that. The node will teleport to it. It'll move, and then the node will essentially just teleport to it every frame. So the target dot position. And I guess just after this, I limit it to like some distance within that. I probably limit it to like, yeah, I think I'll say like 2 centimeters. I think that's just a simple way to do it. Though, how do I know what the bone is? I think I don't know. Yes, the leaf. But that's not the target node. Oh, it is the leaf. Okay. Oh man, I think what I'm really doing is I'm probably opening this up, this IK, the leg IK, and finding my option by going through the settings. Is that right? I have setting count. I'd be looking for the get target node of each setting, and then if it's mine, then I have that, and I know it's probably from chain IK. Yeah, then I get the end bone, and then I get the position from that, and then I set myself to there. Okay. But it should be like an initialized step. This should really be an initialized step. So I can just cache, I can just save that bone. Where's target? Setup. So crawler character should set leg IK prior to calling setup. Okay, it doesn't. Oh no, it does. Yeah, I have the leg IK before. In fact, the leg IK is just bound directly onto it. Alright. How do I compare equality? I guess I just do this. Okay. Yeah, I guess I'll just say error because this should be fixed. Push error. Looks like maybe I got it? Actually, that's a lot of errors. Oh yeah, unable to find end bone using target node. Okay. That's unfortunate then. And I dragged this out by accident. Just like, whatever. It's gonna be weird now. What? Alright, how do you store it then? Is it relative to the IK? Because it says go up one and then down into leg targets. Okay, maybe it is like get path to this from this. Cool. Alright, well, it found them all now. Nice. Alright, that's exactly what it does. Nice. So now I've got that target bone. Where the target should stay. What the target should stay near. So I guess just after this, keep IK target close to the bone. Yeah, I'll just keep it within like 2 centimeters of wherever it is right now. Maybe 5 centimeters. No, probably 2. Thinking about how I do this. Oh. No, I have to get it up here because it resets. It resets here. So I have to obtain this. Well, I guess not the transform, but the position. I'll just get the whole transform. That doesn't really matter. Did I copy it? Yeah, okay. I don't remember what this is. Or not remember, I just can't do it in my head. I think that's it. And then I'm still rendering. Actually, I'm not rendering the targets. Huh. Let me put debug on for the IK targets. Debug target position for the current step. Yeah, it's step target. It's not the actual IK target. Call it IK sphere. I'll make it aqua. All right, go. It did something stupid. Whoops. That's not how I get there. Yeah, it just said debug false on all of them. Okay. Yeah, that's awesome. It's not. I wish it would remember that it was using the default value, so when I change the default value, it would actually just not do that. That's really interesting, actually. Whoa, that's crazy looking. Okay. Huh. All right. Well, strange. That is a strange result. I was not expecting to see that. I thought 2 centimeters would be more than enough. I think what I could say is that if we're no longer in contact with the ground, well, not even that. If we're in motion, do this limitation maybe like after each frame. So I'll let it move and then I teleport. I think it may also be kind of a problem because, well, hang on. Yeah, I mean, it may be a thing to do this after or before. Why would I do this? I would want to do it before so that I can let IK get as close as it can in that single step. And then I say, all right, well, let's bring you back if you're too far. Or I could just teleport to it every frame. That could also be a thing. I could just always teleport to it. What is happening with the back legs right now? It's doing some weird stuff. I'll do that. I'll just fix it. I'm seeing weird back leg stuff happening. I'm not sure what that is. I don't understand how it could be caused by what I've done, though. I feel like it's just not. Oh. That just doesn't even make any sense. That literally doesn't make any sense. What? How did that make any sense? Why does it do this? Its legs just fall into the ground. Why are they doing that? Because they're resetting. Okay. I think it's because they're resetting. Okay. I think I say if we're grounded. Yeah, I'll say to target. So if if we are, if is grounded, keep ourselves at the next step target, I guess. No, that doesn't make any sense. I think if we're in motion, teleport back to it. And then, yeah, I'll do this. Okay, I think that, yeah, this is getting a little bit more difficult than I expected. Yeah, I'll say if we're in motion. Just teleport to it. And then I'll say if we are grounded. And I say step current distance squared to step target. Step target is updated once and then it doesn't update again unless we want to take a step. So if we're not moving, this means we should be at our step target. This doesn't seem right. Maybe it'll be, I don't know, maybe it'll be perfect. I mean, actually, I think I'll just say if we're not moving and we're not grounded, I will do this. And I am just rewriting it. I'm seeing weird things happen with the legs, though. Yeah, why is this target so far away from it? Huh? That's insane. Ah, it's not working. Hi, Ilya. Do I just say... Do I just say else? No, this is not right. What the hell is that? That's so weird. Why does it look like that? I'm seeing this like crazy weird leg bounce that's happening. I don't understand it. Huh? What is happening? I'm seeing these targets like go, like bury themselves in the ground. How does that make any sense? What? Yeah, was weird because these are saying within 2 centimeters. Which also, this is just straight up not 2 centimeters. Like, there's no way that's 2 centimeters away from the end of the bone. That's like 20 centimeters away. Oh, wow. What? What? Huh? Yeah, this is just not correct. Something about this is really wrong. Like, this is not correct or something. Do I have to tell it to force update transform? Because I moved it? All right, that looks more like 2 centimeters. Okay, that's not 2. This is not 2 centimeters anymore. No, that doesn't make any sense. Why are they moving like this? This doesn't make any sense. This is so strange. Because then they go into the ground. Why are they in the ground right now? Oh, they didn't go in the ground. Okay. What the hell? These targets are like buried in the ground. Why are they doing that? What? This is so strange. This isn't making any sense how this is displaying. This can't be correct. Well, let me just start by skipping these. Let me just go... What is normally happening? Why do they go in the ground when I start doing that? Why do they do that? Why do they do that? Why do they start going into the ground? And how do they not make it there? Maybe I do that up here. I'll start by doing this. It is like dragging the back legs though. I'm seeing the back legs do weird stuff. And I see double steps happening. That is so odd. Why is it doing that? I mean, maybe I like teleport it to... I thought this would be kind of simple. I just don't understand why it's behaving so weird. I think I do like a no matter what kind of thing. I think it's how it should be. I should figure out how to make it work with a no matter what, stay this close to the bone. But I think I need to do some kind of teleporting before I do that. And probably keep a larger range here. So I'll have a larger separation here while it's in motion. And I think maybe what I should do is limit it to this distance. Right. So I'll just keep it that close while we're trying to move it. So this should not interrupt that behavior. And then I think while it is grounded, it should main I'll say this, if it's not grounded for now. We don't have ground. I will just keep ITA target at the bone. Or I'll say close to the bone. And I'll just do this for now. Why is it being so weird? I'm not doing anything. Why is it being so weird? Is that a problem? What? If we're not grounded, I don't understand why it's doing this. I'm kind of seeing what it's doing. It's like collided with the ground here, so it's grounded, so it stops trying to move. But I don't get that. I would say that kind of doesn't make any sense to me. It just like leaves them like hovering over the ground. Oh, why'd he do that? Maybe I can check my IK target. If my target is not close to the ground point, then try to move it to the ground point. Maybe that's the trick. But why does that fail? This might be a rethink of like how I decide when I can step and what moving means. So instead of like is moving, it should be like is stepping. Um, I kind of don't understand why this fails. Yeah, it gets really, really buggy. Why? Why does it get so buggy? Can I? Hmm. What? What is happening? Why can't I search anything? I'll just go to it. Ugh. Updating equals true. This is so weird. What is that? We're calling this arrow operator on it. That's really weird. Skeleton bone set transform. RS. What is RS? Render server. Bone pointer global pose. Okay, my wonder here was like what happens. I forgot why I wanted to know that. When I do this, can I change the bone pose at this point? Why did I want to know that? I don't know, the method that I'm going with is just kind of wrong, I think. It seems wrong. I have the wrong idea about how to keep this in place. That was my thought. I want to read in its pose and save that pose of that whole leg chain. And then if I come back in and my leg IK is too far away, then I stop. I disallow rotations of that bone. Essentially, my thought is I'd like to freeze IK wherever it's at as soon as this IK target gets too far away, and that's, I think, all I really have to do. If at any point my IK target gets too far, I freeze the leg. I think it's possible. But it's a bit annoying, because I think what I'd really like to be able to do, yeah, essentially what I'd like to have, gosh, my eye hurts. Wow, that's really bad. Oh, jeez. I don't know what happened to it. I'd like to have a setting, I'd like to have a toggle in here that says, like, turn this one off. And it will just leave that. Want some pizza? Just brought some. What is there? I don't know. I just woke up and it was like that. I guess I haven't really looked closely at it. I guess it could have been like, it could be like bruised. I don't know, maybe my dog hit me in the face. And I like don't remember it at all. Alright. I gotta take the dog out. I'm gonna get food. I'll be back. I'm back. I have food and I'm going to eat. I looked at my eye closely in the mirror. It is red. It's like right where it's at my nose. It's a little bit red. I don't know, maybe my dog just like scratched my eye or something in my sleep. Also, okay, my dog is barking. 1 second. You got nothing? I'm back. What was I watching? I don't think I have anything that I want to look at right now. I think I just don't do this right now. I think for now, I just totally take this out and I don't do this at all because it just didn't work. And I'm gonna say because it didn't work, there's something fundamentally wrong with doing this. I simply cannot do it the way that I think I can do it. Or the way that I thought I could do it. So I'm just going to drop that completely. I think the trick to this is going to come later when I get the legs more physically simulated. And that will come from unifying the IK with a physics sim. And that point is when I'll be able to solve this problem. So yeah. Our creator devs are crying right now. Why? What did I do? Yeah, I'm just gonna... Well, not really skip that, but that's just straight up gonna be a future thing. Debug IK straight. I'll leave the debug on there. That is at least kind of useful to have, to be able to see that. I'll just turn this back off because I'm not using it. Stop doing that. Stop doing that. Godot? I hate you. Okay, I don't, but That's annoying. That's an annoying change. Like I said, that used to not be how it worked. They've changed how this has worked like 3 times now, and it's, I think, in the worst state, honestly. They don't put it in there if it's not, if it's on the default value, which I think is dumb. There should be some special thing that says use the default value. And if I have the scene open and I change the default value and I hit save, it will write that back. So it goes away from the default permanently when I change the default. If I have the scene open. If I had the scene closed and I hit save and I open the scene, it'd be fine. It would use the default, which is why I said it should store some kind of way to say, use whatever the default is for this parameter. I think that would solve both those problems. Then you can see in the Git history that it is using the default value, specifically using the default value. And if you have the scene open and you change the default, it will update immediately. It'll keep using the default. It won't be like, oh, the default was true and now it's false. Let's save true. Even though I didn't actually touch that node at all, and I didn't change any setting. I just changed the script and I had the scene open when I hit save. That's literally all that I did. I think that's just like the worst way that they could do it right now. All right, yeah, I'm just scrapping that idea completely. So, I need to eat my food. So I've just added that. Cool. Sorry, put this aside. Add I can't remember, is it 1 or 2 Ds? I think it's 2. It's 2, okay. Yeah. Because at that point, what I'm trying to do there is going to become so crazy hacky that I'm, like I said, I thought about, you know, what should be happening. Well, I like to be able to turn off the IK, and I like it to just be a physics sim at that point. Or, you know, it'll try to maintain its current pose, or maybe it'll go to a rest pose and try to sit there. But that would be like physically driven at that point. And it would just be also, what? Not armored, very fragile? I'm assuming that's just like a line cut off and it's not actually how that line goes. Or yeah, that's my idea. That will be a future thing when I get those two combined. So what do I have next then? That one, I think this one is going to be easy. If a step cast fails, try again with a comfort zone sized cast. That should be fine. That'll improve its ability to move when it's in your corners and edges. Your pizza got cold? Some people think that's when it's best. Cold pizza. I do prefer pizza when it is hot. I'll say that. But if I have no access to like a microwave and it's been refrigerated, I'll be fine. I don't prefer it cold, for sure. Throbgate got tired of what? A bot publishing their source code on GitHub? Interesting. Also, I still have to ask a question. What do they own, actually? What actually is their original stuff? Because I'd be willing to bet a lot of those AI companies' software is specifically written as much as possible by a language model. Their own language model, probably. Like, they're not... I don't think they own, like, almost anything that they have. Because it was never theirs to begin with. As far as I'm aware, OpenAI has not really been public facing. They, maybe one time in the past they were, and they actually cared. But then the money started coming in, and they said, all right, well, we're closing up everything. It's all going to be private. No one's going to know about it. We're going to charge you to use it. And that was that. OpenAI is a very ironic name. It is not artificial intelligence, and it is not open. It is closed. They don't share their training data. I think that's probably the biggest problem. They tell you like, oh, some percentage is Wikipedia or whatever. There should be like a page on their site that links everything it's ever been trained on. And you should be able to search that. And you should be able to go in there and search that and say, I own this, stop training on it. They don't do that. It's not open. The thing is, they train it too. This is probably the worst part. They train it on copyrighted material. And then their model outputs that copyrighted material. So everyone knows that it's been trained on it because the model knows it. And then they put a guardrail on top of it to stop it from producing it. But only after they let everyone see that it can produce it because it was trained on it. It's just crazy. And I'm sure I'm sure those companies submit to them and tell them like, no, don't, you're not allowed to do this. I'm sure they go to them and say, you cannot have any Disney IP in your training ever. And they'll just say, oh, sure. And they just do it anyway, because there's no proof. They can't really prove it. And even if they do have a model output again, like that copyrighted material that's supposed to have like not been trained on, they'll just say like, oh, well, you know, we didn't submit that training data. We had something else gather the data. It was fan art or something. Like it was trained on fan art that someone else made. That was fair use or whatever. They called something Amazon tools and all that. Scoops to Azure or something. I don't know what that is. I think there's just enough money involved. It's also probably just good luring, because they just say the government does not care. No one will, like, you're not gonna be ground for it. Because they can still hide behind the thing of saying, oh, this was like fan art, or we didn't mean for this to be in the model, and now we can't train it out. And you can't legally force us to train it out. We can just put a guardrail on top. It would look like an easy case to win. I mean, you can think it's probably this kind of defense where you have a public forum website that's you own Stack Overflow, all right? You own Stack Overflow. Someone puts a comment on some post that says, I hate Walt Disney, or like lies about, I guess it would be like lies about something. They lie about some public figure. That public figure sues Stack Overflow and say, you are defaming me. Stack Overflow says, no, we didn't. That's a user, and we deleted the comment. I think that's about the same logic with AI. says, you stole our material. No, we didn't. A user made that. We deleted it. We'll add in, as like a sign of good faith, we'll put in moderation, some automatic moderation to stop it from happening again. That's like the same thing. So really, they have nothing. It's like a moderation thing. As long as they delete bad stuff or make it harder for bad stuff to appear, that's all they have to do. They have to show that they're at least making an effort to do that. I would say YouTube has probably like the worst effort ever for stopping like spam comments, spam accounts that are just, and I'm not exaggerating, just pure pornography in the profile picture. They're linking directly to porn websites in their bios. Sometimes they're just straight up uploading porn videos. And those accounts will just stay on YouTube for months. Publicly commenting like hundreds on thousands of videos a day. And they definitely get reported. The YouTubers who own the videos will go and report them and delete the comments when they find them. YouTube doesn't do shit about that. So you don't even have to do that much. You don't even have to try very hard. If you delete like one comment a day, that's probably enough to say that we're actively moderating. So if they just like do the bare minimum, then maybe it's hard. I don't think so. I'm pretty sure image recognition is good enough to like detect, you know, not even slightly obscured or like attempt to be hidden or censored. They literally have nothing, I think. They have straight up nothing. They rely on user reports, and I think what is probably a trend, at least it would make sense to me, is that do some sort of like minimal in-house moderation, but more about review for reports. And then as some accounts have better quality reports, you just start kind of trusting those accounts. And if you have like 3 or 4 of these like trusted accounts agreeing on a report, then you just automatically accept the report and like censor the content or something. So I'm sure that they just 100% rely on reports for that. They don't have any actual system checking that. They're just saying, oh yeah, the 3 or 4 trusted accounts reported the same account, where we'll take action on it now. Totally automated. Why wouldn't they care? It's not about caring, it's about money. Isn't that bad for them too? Yeah, it does look bad. But eventually it gets deleted. And that's kind of all that advertisers, and in fact advertisers don't care either. I think a lot of it is just like for show. It's more like I make a social media post saying that Coca-Cola's ad is next to something bad. Coca-Cola sees enough of these comments and they're like, oh, now it's a problem. They bring their problem to wherever the source was, and they say, all right, you got to fix this or we're gonna not advertise with you anymore. That's how it works. And they're also just straight up lying too. YouTube could have done nothing at all about, you know, YouTube could have just straight up not done the adpocalypse or whatever. The advertisers would have come back if they even left in the first place. It was literally a big nothing. Nobody cared. Nobody actually cared. It was a bunch of people pretending to care. And then like shaking their fingers saying, I swear I'm gonna stop paying, I will stop giving you money. I swear it. And they would never have done it anyway. They never would have done it anyway. Same thing with Elon. Wasn't Elon said like, he started like swearing at some, I think it just like generally at advertisers and said, you guys are evil. And I think some of them pulled or whatever. I don't know exactly what happened behind closed doors, but I'm sure it was just like, they were going to continue advertising with Twitter no matter what. They didn't actually care. It was just all a big show. From everyone involved, really. It was all a big show from everyone involved. Are they even making money on YouTube? YouTube is. Twitter, I don't know. I don't know if Twitter is profitable. I think Twitter has probably never, ever been profitable. It's probably just never been profitable. And probably part of that is just that, you know, lack of control for like bot accounts is probably like the biggest sink of your money. If you let bots run rampant on your site, you will pay for them. Same case with YouTube. Maybe there's a time when YouTube wasn't profitable, but I'm sure that it is. I would be shocked if it is not currently profitable. I know that initially it wasn't, right? Like when YouTube was starting, like before it was part of Google. Because it's also just a lack of infrastructure. It was expensive. It was definitely more expensive in the past to stream videos over the internet and upload. So it's literally only gotten cheaper for them to run their service, and they are only charging more, right? I'm pretty sure the cost of the actual cost of like infrastructure for internet is continuously going down, and it's outpacing inflation. So it's literally always getting cheaper, and yet the prices still keep going up to account for inflation, even though the cost has gone down. Maybe more recently it's different because, you know, supposedly we're running out of memory or whatever material it's produced from. But I mean, generally it just keeps getting cheaper. There's even just a strategy that works as well. I don't know. I'm sure it's still being done. But you start up a service, you have a free tier, it's pretty good free tier, and then you leave that running for like 3 to 4 years to build up a large base of persistent free users, and then you take away the free tier and you start charging the money. Even though the entire time the free tier was more than paid for by the actual customers who were paying money. And even though your equipment is just getting cheaper to buy and cheaper to maintain because you don't have like loans anymore, now most of your cost is just maintenance. When before it was like paying off your loans and your debts, now it's just simply paying for maintenance. And once you get enough money, you can scale up a little bit. I think it is just silly. Because I mean, I even see hosting getting cheaper too. Like it's a weird thing. It's like it'll get more expensive and then it'll like do a big drop, right? Because as the companies start charging more, then the next free guy comes out and plays the same game, and they drop the price. It's doing like this. It has like price crashes or something, but it's always getting cheaper. They're just trying to maintain as high of a profit as possible. With AI, it's even worse. Well, I mean, that's the reason, though, right? Our demand for electronics very sharply exceeded our ability to produce it. All right, I'll be right back. I'm back. I think this rush GPUs would give birth to more companies rushing to private NVIDIA devs to hire them. I mean, isn't the issue just that... I'm imagining the issue is that you just can't get the material fast enough. Like, you literally can't. It's such a long process to produce this stuff. It's a very long, expensive process the whole way through. And it is kind of like I mean, if you think of it like there's, I don't know, I'm just gonna oversimplify it greatly. My assumption with this is that there's like your set of companies that have the equipment to mine the material. They can only move so fast. They have to keep, they may not even, they may have like lapses. They have to like relocate. They have to find other material, and they can only get it so fast. And that process is just slower than the demand increased. Like if suddenly, 2 million more people wanted to get on planes every day, that would take like years to get to that, to scale up to that, because planes take a long time to build, right? Planes just take a really long time to build. I don't know what the rate is, but I'm sure it's like months minimum. Several months to build a single plane. I would assume it's sort of the same thing with scaling electronics like that. If you want to make 100 more a day, you'll be able to add like maybe half of one every single day on average or something. You can increase your rate like by half of a unit per day. Achieve 2 nanometers and people are still in 6. I mean, that's also the part of it as well. Like I said, it just takes so long. And that especially, I still don't understand how they even produce the schematic for like a CPU or a GPU. I think a lot of it is probably procedural, or it's probably like been procedurally generated for a long time. And there might even be some kind of like simulation early training with it, where they would seed some generation and then produce it and see, simulate its performance and see how good it was. Like, I'm sure that's been where CPUs and GPUs have been at for a long time. So if you get more precise, now you just have to make the schematic to take advantage of that, which can take a really long time. I think I saw there's like a video on how CPUs are made. I think a part that I noticed, and maybe I was wrong in the way I understood it, but it basically sounded like they said they, make it by shooting light at some disk, and then they test the CPU, and sometimes it's just not correct. I know there's like flaws or mistakes. And so the same exact die could be like a high-end CPU, or it could be a really low-end CPU. And all they do is that they just do some sort of like programming on top of it after that fact to say, all right, this area of the CPU is all busted up. Don't use that spot. And we're going to sell it as a low-end CPU. I think that's what the process is. Maybe the range isn't that big, but it's like kind of that range. They could make like the high end, and it's either the price range of like the actual, or like the quality level could fluctuate, the performance could fluctuate enough that they have to sell it as something lower, or it could just be really perfect and they could sell it as like the really expensive kind. So it's even like even if you do have the schematic, it's kind of like not guaranteed that you're going to get a perfect result every time. Yeah, something like that. You have one schematic, you blast it, you test it. Oh, it's an i9 performance level. We can sell it as that one. I think that's how they meant it when they were doing it. I don't know, some kind of controller on there that they can program and say, yeah, we're getting back the wrong result from these adders, so don't use those adders or whatever. or like they're not consistent, or they're not that, or it's just slow. Like it could be right, but just slow. Saw something like that too. Yeah. Maybe that's not how they're all made, you know? But I would assume it's so expensive and so time consuming to make that you'd want to sell as much as you possibly can. You don't want to throw away half it because it's really hard to recycle that. Okay. A step cast fails. Try again with a comfort zone sized cast. So I think perhaps what this means is somewhere around here, Shapecast is colliding. Yeah, I probably what I do is I say like if we're not colliding. If we're not colliding, then I try again with a larger shape. Think I put on my PC before. My whole computer is really old parts. Like technically they're all really old. But they're still really good. I did expand the memory, but that was like long before. I think that was before. I don't know if I can say like, you know, ChatGPT, the first one was like 0 hype and we're now at like 1 hype. I probably got my memory at like 0.2 or 0.3 or something. Definitely before any like coding LLMs existed. I don't think those existed yet. You could probably try it and like get it to do some coding, but it would not be good. Because they just were, it was like they were accidentally trained on some like programming textbook. And it was more just like to understand language than understand programming. Alright, if we're not colliding, I think, what is the biggest range that I get to? I wanna cast with this one. I wanna cast with like the biggest one. Well, I actually think I have to cast with. No, yeah. Ah, this is weird. Hang on. Because there's 2 sizes for this. I was thinking I would just use comfort distance. But that's not right, because what if it's sitting still? It needs that big area raycast. Ooh. This'll take a little bit more than that, I think. And then I just reset it. Let me get a shape. Here one. Send spares. Spares what? Spare memory sticks? Coding hobby got meaned up by Fireship. Non-memory I get within CPUs? Board case and a CPU. I have like half of a computer put together, just sitting next to my bed. Or behind my bed. I need to find something to do with it. I want to keep it and use it, but I just don't know what for. I think right now it doesn't have a CPU, it doesn't have a GPU, and it doesn't have a power supply. It's like basically some memory and the board. Just what happens here? It fails on the first one. It tries again with a larger one. Then it will step there. And if it's good in that limit to rest area size. Yeah, this is kind of the issue. Personal goals, work related. It doesn't sound personal if it's work related. Unless your work is personal. Let me say this. Let me say... I'll do this. Set that to true, and then if we're not using large rest, then do that. Otherwise, step target stays there. Here's an idea. The shape cast lands on some like, I don't know, some beam or something. And then it goes off and it says, okay, we can't find it. And then I do the large shape cast and that gives me like a totally different target. Maybe in this case, if it's failing, I interpolate. Maybe that's what I do. Comfort distance. Where is this used? This is not used until way down here. So I could actually bring it down here to be after this. Unless I use transform or rest transform. Or, I mean, change it before I get there. Looks like I don't. Okay. Alright, I'm going to move this down. And then... I will do this. I am moving towards step distance, that's fine. And I guess I say if large rest or we are stepping, move towards that. And then here I can just use no, I think I start with that. And then honestly, I think I just teleport it. I think that's what I do. I think I just teleport it. Use step distance, so then I say if large rest, I just teleport it to step distance. And then here I can just keep that. Because that does have to change. Though I do see it causing problems where like it's gonna like flick back and forth between two spots. But maybe that's not so bad. This might be fine enough for now. And I will turn this on. Turn all that on. All right. Interesting. The thing is, that leg is not grounded. It should be trying to step. It really is like convinced that it's standing on something there. Dang, that's really bad. Wow. Okay, never mind. That's so bad. All right. Damn, that's tough. That's just bad. I might leave this moved down here, though. Just want to make sure I'm not changing too much. Yeah. Because I'm seeing what it's doing. It is allowing itself to place its leg way too far away. And it's also allowing itself to... It's got so many problems, actually. Doing that just revealed, like, way too many problems to fix. Damn. I was hoping it would be that simple. But, you know, now looking back at it, it's obvious that it was just, you know, not so simple at all. Tough. It definitely is just a need for a more complicated way of like updating where it wants to put the leg and when it wants to move a leg. Essentially, it should, if it's in motion, it'd be something like try to find the most forward step point that I can, and then remember that step point, remember an old point, and then if I find a better point, update to that. Or it's like, if I'm not finding a better point, use like a cylinder is probably what I should use instead of a sphere, because the sphere is gonna hit normals probably in the wrong way. And I should probably be using like some kind of flat cylinder cast. Yeah, that'd probably be better to use like a flat cylinder that's aligned with the body too, so that when it's casting down, it's like sweeping in like a flat method, I guess. And yeah, each leg will remember that. It'll say, it'll have that comfort distance that it wants to try to maintain, but it'd be fine going out of that if that's just the best one. The best point is not a usable surface. Okay. I mean, this is at least probably the way that I should be doing it. Try something. If that fails... Sorry, that was a big hit. Yeah. So to fix that, that's just going to be like kind of a totally new approach to picking a place to put the leg. I wonder if there's any such thing as doing like a wide array. How does it do? Like, how does raycast really work? The dock is only growing larger. I mean, it's still, you know, there's still a lot to do, but it's just what I have. It's just like the next things that I know I can work on. But I'm wondering if there's not some kind of method where I can do like kind of a single ray cast, but just check a circular area around it, as if it was like a flat plain cylinder. That'd kind of like be my ideal. Casting like a 2D cylinder down to the ground. $2D cylinder? A circle. Casting just a circle, not even a sphere. Just a circle. I mean, wait, don't, hang on. Don't, like, bullets in first-person shooters work that way? There's two approaches. If all your bullets are the same size, make the hitboxes on the characters larger, right? But my thinking is Overwatch has a projectile. I guess it is a projectile. I was saying, like, what if they do a raycast and they do like that circular sweep thing? If it ever hits something dead on, it definitely hits that object. But if it's ever like near some hitbox, it counts as a hit on that hitbox and it stops there. It's actually a direct space state 3D. Maybe one day they'll fix their search because I have to type in precisely exactly what I'm looking for it to even pull it up. Intersect ray. I was kind of hoping to see something like margin. I mean, I guess it's probably simpler. You can just say, like, you can go to each shape that might be in its way and say, does this line segment intersect you? And then it can be simple from there. My eyes really hurting right now. I don't know what to do instead. Like, I'll think about it a little bit. I can't do it like that. If a step cast fails, I think it really is just like a full rework. Well, maybe not like a full rework, but a little bit of a change to how I'm deciding. Something more intelligent, I guess. Because right now it's just cast, if I have a hit, update where I want to put the leg. It's that lazy. And then even if that hit point is outside of my comfort zone, bring it into the comfort zone. Which is weird because I think what I'd really like to say is if that hit point is inside the comfort zone, then use it. I feel like even that just doesn't make sense. Actually, yeah, I would say that actually doesn't make sense. My collision point needs to always be within that comfort zone. If it's not, I don't use it. I maybe save it so that possibly later it might be inside the zone, then I can use it, but I don't use it. Yeah, this is just going to be like improve, yeah, leg position, leg step locate. I think like leg, gosh, step location logic. Allow sweeping a larger space and track probably some kind of like list of best targets too. There might, I mean, there might be a reason for that, but I'll write it. A larger space and track the best location for the next step or the rest of the leg. I think part of my problem is that I wasn't binding the rest area correctly to my step targets, which is why I had to do that thing where I limit it to that step or to that rest location because I wasn't moving it before. But now that I am, it should be the case that my raycast is just sitting. The zone that I can find, that I can search for leg positions, is that rest area. If it's not inside the rest area, I won't use it. And like I said, maybe I can remember. Or no, I think just straight up I won't even search it. Possibly if I fail to find ground at my current rest position, then I need to expand that search zone. That's probably what I'm looking for. I'm probably looking for like the concept of a safe area for the leg to be in. An area that I search for step targets. And I keep track of like the ideal one. If I find another one that is less ideal than my current one, then maybe I remember it, but I won't update to that one yet. I'll wait until the other one is worse than the one that I found, right? It'll be like a rating system. Something like that. Maybe I only have to track 2, right? I'll do some sort of search. I'll find the best spot. If the best spot is worse than where my leg currently is, I won't use it. And that's just kind of what I'll do. And I'll be grading my current leg position as well. I'll say maybe one frame my leg was good, but now it's too far behind me and I would like it to be forward, right? That sort of thing is probably what I should be using. Perhaps some, yeah, I think some kind of evaluation there is needed. Right. And it'll still be restricted, like it can't it can't move if it's already in motion. I mean, it could move if it's in motion. Like if it's moving to a spot and it finds a better spot, I could just say like, oh, let's go there instead, right? If it's on the ground and it wants to move, but someone else is moving, it won't. If the next best spot is not necessarily too much better, or maybe even a little bit worse, still go to it even if if some of the other legs are stepping to a better spot. I mean, I guess in that case, the grading would see that and say, oh, this spot is now really bad because the other legs have chosen a spot that's too far away from my spot, so I need to move. I need to move to my new best one. But that's probably part of the evaluation system. It also reads in the current position of the other legs. Or it probably tries to like minimize that or whatever. Stuff for me to think about. I don't want to get too complicated, but it should be able to comfortably walk along like an edge and keep its feet on the edge. Right now it just won't do that. It can't even find that ground. It'll just like drag its legs behind it. That might even be part of like this. Force a leg lift when it is negatively affecting the movement of the whole. And I wrote for myself, figure out how to define that in code, good luck. So the legs be more or less independent, so it should be able to have each leg send information back to the main body. The legs aren't really independent. They really try to synchronize with each other. I can show you. Right here. For any of the adjacent legs that are moving, we can't move this leg. So if it's a leg ahead of it, behind it, or directly across from it, it won't move. Here's the early step, stepping with. If any of its diagonal legs are moving and it was really recent, then it's going to move with them anyway. Trying to be in sync. They're sending... Well, it's not... I mean, sending data, it's more just like they're writing stuff down and they like looks at it and reads it. It's not really sending. No, I don't think it needs to be that complicated. I want the legs to... I would prefer that the legs fully decide when they want to move. Or at least the logic for when they move be within the legs script. But if there's any information that I think that they need, then I'll let them have that, I guess. Throw my thoughts? Yeah, that's fine. Sometimes just thinking about other stuff can help me discover a good solution too, so no thoughts are wasted. This is weird. Okay, this one, surely I can do this, and it's not going to be anything breaking. It's just going to work better right away, right? Yeah, I'm going to go and send it like, or send this. I mean, I think angling is probably just going to be... Well, okay, there's kind of an issue with the angle. They have to intersect the ground at this point. So... Oh, that works. I can just do that. I wonder if I should angle it in motion. Yeah, okay. I think an in-motion angle is better because in that case I can do tricks of like orientation to ensure that when I rotate it, I'm rotating about this pivot point right here. And if it's in the direction of motion, then it's always guaranteed to be like kind of looking ahead, right? Is what I'd prefer it to do. It needs to look ahead. Yeah, all right. Dang. The game Distance has interesting mechanics. Sure if you know of it. I don't know what that game is. A racing game? Is that right? That's neat. Your car can just be cut in half? That is pretty cool looking. It does look cool. Mechanic to stick onto the wall. Yeah. That's cool. What did that say? That was so fast I couldn't even read that. Nitronic. Okay. You can start flying with it? That's neat. There's anything for your protagonist? I mean, no. I don't think so. You're gonna be grounded, but this crawler is gonna be able to... It needs to be able to go on the walls. It's a decision for me later, like which walls can it go onto. But if I say, All right, in this room, all the walls are free game. Then I should just be able to say, go into the wall, and it will go into the wall and behave correctly there. That looks neat. I mean, so far I'm pretty much at that point. I can say go on the wall and it'll go on the wall. It's now getting to the point of these like fine quality adjustments. Which, I mean, honestly, I feel like I can kind of skip some of these. I have been skipping a lot of these. Angle the step cast and increase the length. I don't think I need to increase the length. I think I just need to increase or angle it. All right, let me figure that out. I want to specifically I want to rotate it about. How do I do that? How do I rotate it about a pivot point? Isn't the trick like you translate it back, do the rotation, and then translate it? Isn't that the move? For an arbitrary pivot point? So I'd say like, go down, rotate, and then slide it back. Let me look that up. Rotate about arbitrary pivot point. Not an axis. What the hell? Oh, wow. Okay. That's... I'm glad I'm not looking at this on the main screen. That's just awful. All right. I think I found it. Someone was making a game, and their use case, they did not have to explain what their use case was for this. It was just gross. Set a rotation by the origin want to be offset. Yeah, I think this guy just he's just waffling a little bit. Maybe a little too much of a check out my notation. And then here's like just probably the same answer, but written in like, you know, human understandable English when you're not trying to be pretentious. Math, huh? This is just pretentious. Don't, that's just insane. That's just crazy. Yeah, I mean, it just says translate it, rotate it, translate it back. But it's a bit different because you're producing that rotation matrix. So I guess I take a transform, an identity transform. I shift it by wherever I want that to be. I rotate it and then I shift it back. Then I... What? That's weird, because the rotation is still always happening. Not there. Math guess from some of these equations. They're just not even hard. It's just letter spam. It's just letter spam. And it's really stupid. Is there a dark mode for this? Oh, yeah, nice. Oh, this is the answer I was looking at, which is weird. I'm not sure how it knew that this is one that I wanted to look at. I mean, is it just... Would I just do that? Is that actually what I would do? I would do, like... I'd have a transform matrix, which is just a translation. I combine it with this rotation. And then I combine it with the other. So the question is, where do I pivot? I want to pivot on this, like, global arrest position is where I want to pivot. Target global arrest. That's the pivot point. Shapecast. Also, yeah, at this point I have to like disable the shapecast and draw it myself. Pivot or scope creep. Depends on the pivot. So I don't update this manually. Okay. do enable to false. And then I will manually update it. And I think what I really want to have, so I have this target transform that I compute here. Rotated local. So this is controlling the shape cast already. But I think my idea is that yeah, wherever this is at, I still need it to intersect at that point. But I need it to yeah, I want it to spin. So that if I'm walking into a flat face, it'll be rotated like this instead, so it'll hit and slide up instead of just like instantly colliding like this and then not ever counting. Because on one frame it's not touching it, on the next frame it's intersecting it everywhere. That kind of thing. Or at least it can't draw, it doesn't start in a point where it's not colliding it. It starts already colliding without even doing any cast. But it does kind of mean that it does mean that if it is walking into like a step up, the straight down would be better because it would jump up immediately. But in this case, it would take a long time to reach that point. It would take a while. I'm trying to figure out what is the rotation. Is it something like this? I mean, I guess I can just say that it's a parameter. So that when we're in motion, it'll rotate like 2 degrees or something. It doesn't have to be much. In fact, probably the less the better. I just had a crazy idea. What if I reflected the collision? I mean, I guess this is really the question of like, what environment am I going to put this in? I think the sharpest angle is going to be 90 degrees. Maybe like 92 degrees, you know, not too much. I'm not going to have it walk into like a 45-degree angle and expect it to be able to like walk up that. I don't think so. I mean, it could. I could make it do that. Anyway, where I was going with that is I would cast down, I get to my hit point, and then from that hit point I would just cast up at like a reflection angle. So if there is like some extreme case like this, where it's coming onto like a very, it's like going into a wall that's like 30 degrees up from the floor, it'll be able to like flip itself around and like actually stand on that. Possibly. If it reflects it. Because it'll cast down and forward, it's going to miss that because it's just going to pass through it. And then it's going to cast up and hit that face and say, all right, well, we can actually go up here. Or maybe it just goes down and then cast back up in the same direction too. Or just straight up, I don't know. Maybe just straight up where it hits. And then if that one hits, then it says, oh yeah, let's prefer stepping on this one instead. Or maybe not. I could just not have that anywhere in the environment. Crazy idea. Parameter. Leg lift height, leg swing height. Dang, Rat. What are you doing? This dog is in great need of going outside. I'll be right back. I'm back. All right, what am I doing? Like, look ahead or something? Like a rotation value? What would I even call that? If I'm pivoting around the same spot, it kind of just doesn't really matter what I set the angle to. It could just be something small. I don't have any of this leg stuff organized. It's like all on defaults. Not all of it. Some of it's changed, but... move offset. Move spin. I think I'd want to put it down here at the very bottom. This value is in degrees. I think I'll just limit it to 45. I don't know why you want to go higher than that. Yeah, I'll just say that too. Oh, well, this one has to be, yeah, this one has to be. Step cast angle. I probably put it up here with these step ones then. It might be too confusing what it means if I put it there. When in motion, the angle for the step shape cast. Towards, or I guess, in the direction of motion. This pivots about the initial rest position of the leg. And moves with the this pivots about the rest position of the leg. Yeah. Alright, but I need to have a debug for that so I can see it now because I have it disabled, because I manually update it. Step target, I will do... debug a step vector. And the shape. I'll say cast shape, cast vector. Order like that. I guess I do this. Since this is all going to be together now. I have this somewhere else. Where else did I do this? The ground cast does this. Exactly. Is it... Oh, wait. Was it here? Yeah, here it is. I'm just going to copy that, put it here. Let me do a different color instead of blue. Let me do this one like... Like maybe some kind of green color. Like a dark green. Nice, yep, that one. Oh, that's exactly what I called the other one too. Step cast. Step cast. That should just be it. Take its global position on its global basis. Global transform. Right. So now I have this rotate in the direction of motion. Yeah, I guess I just do this. And then this is my angle. It'll be really similar to this. It'll be kind of like if step casting was not 0. Desired direction, but also only if I have a desired direction. Has desired forward. But this one's a little bit different. Yeah, I think what I mean to say is to actually Uh... What am I thinking? The dog is just like really excited about something. You're all right, buddy. You're all right. You're all right. You just need to calm down, dude. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I think he's just hearing a sound that he doesn't like. Like a beeping noise or something. And when he hears that, he just wants to like go outside. That's all he wants to do. To get away from it. I think that's what this is. He's heard a beep and he's really upset about it. Rotate in the direction of motion. Yeah, I think I just have to cross this with my up and then cross it again. Or not cross it again, just cross it with my up to get the right vector, and that's the axis that I rotated on. Oops. Oops, what? I think that's what I do. But I don't think, yeah, I don't think... Yeah, I don't think any of that matters. Because if I'm going left, the axis is going to be the same on all of them. Going forward, the axis is the same on all of them. Yeah, I think it's exactly it. He heard like a beep or something. We had forgotten I need to be up early. Start playing the Factorio demo. Well, then get to bed. I don't want to calculate this for all of them. Seems kind of annoying. Yeah, okay, I think I've got it. I mean, was really getting started have... People say that once you start, there's no going back. I played it for a bit, and I tried it twice. I tried it like play it on my own, then I played with a friend, and I never really kept playing it after that. Okay, here's my thinking. I cross my forward with my up to get this like axis, so I'll say what's the right-handed rule? It's like, yeah, it's like not quite as like how I thought it would be. I think it's like the first vector is your pointer, the second vector is your middle, and then your thumb is the result. All right, so I have my axis and my angle set. Now I need to figure out how to pivot this. Um, the problem is that I kind of need to track its original transform, and I'm just always mapping back and forth between the two. So this point is going to be from its current origin point, its current global origin point to the rest global, which set on the first update. That's actually an outdated description of it too. I mean, it is always they are relative to each other. These are relative to each other. So I could just use that in the same transform. I don't really need to do that, I think. Oh. Actually, I think I probably have to. It is the global target rest position is in... Oh no, it's in local. This is in local space, right? Because when I want to get it, I have to transform by the global transform. Okay. Oh, hang on. I think, yeah, I think I probably have to do some, geez, where am I at? Minimize that. There's too much stuff open. There's just too much code. There's kind of too much code. A lot of it's debug, but there's kind of a lot of code. The rotation axis needs to be inversely rotated by the basis of my current transform, so that I can just locally transform this one. Yeah. I need to inverse that. So if this has a rotation, I'm undoing that rotation before I apply it. Okay, cool. Now the point is going to be it's always sitting over that point, I guess. Yeah, because this one's not moving, and either is that point. So since neither point is moving, and they're both local to the leg position, then I'm just drawing, yeah. And minus start, right? So I just have target rest position minus shapecast position. So I say translated by this point. Rotated on this axis. This does have to be normalized. So I'll just call it normalized. I don't really know if I need to do that. By this angle. And then it will be translated back. And then shapecast transform. Do that. And then Jeez. I guess probably what I do is I actually just save this up here. And I'll do it after the debug step. All right, and because I had this scene file open, I need to restore it because it just saved the default. That here's the worst part too. It doesn't even, if you add a new parameter and then hit save, it uses like 0 as the default, and then it sets that to be clamped to whatever you set your range to. Like, look at this. This is just gonna be stupid looking. Oh, it actually left them all at null. Oh well. Now I'm gonna make sure I be very careful about this. Okay. And the debug is not on. Yeah. I'm seeing them move up, which is funny. It doesn't look like they're rotating. Oh, they're rotating the wrong way, I think. But it also looks like they're moving up. I did not pick the best color for this, did I? Alright, let's make them a ridiculous angle. Yeah, they are not rotating about that pivot like I thought they should. Do I have to reverse this or what? Like, what's the... Still doing this? What do you mean, man? You were here this morning. Of course I am. There's a lot to do. There's so much to do. But this is probably gonna be the last, okay, not the last thing. The last thing I'm gonna do, at least for like some small quality improvements, is allowing it to raise a leg and leave a leg raised. And then I'm on to like, I think, destruction at that point. I'm gonna leave the rest of like the walking and better ground stuff for later. And start making it try to break apart. This is just definitely not pivoting correctly. This is definitely just not the right pivot. It's translating it, which is not right. Oh, wait, negative p? It still translated it though, which is wrong. It's still translating it. Do I need to call this? Is he gonna freak out? Yeah, it's really not happy about that. Okay. Oh, it is a cross, so it actually definitely has to be normalized. Yeah, okay. It's just that the order of this can be weird. I don't think that's right, but yeah, it's definitely not right. Am I interpreting this wrong? I don't think I am. This is what I thought it should be, because I mean this is the case for 2D. But why is it weird? I don't know, like, do I really have to say this? Yeah, like, it's clearly moving it down and into the ground, which is not right. I mean, it's also just super incorrect. It's got a crazy weird rotation to it. I don't know, do I have to do this? Do I have to say, like, um... like, what is this? This is nuts looking. I can't believe it's so bad. Why is it that no matter what I do there, it's just wrong? .32, that's what I pretty much expected to see on all those. Okay. I'm going to head off and screaming later. See ya. Wow. It's just so bad. Because this, it does have to be translated. There is a translation that happens here. 100% there is. There's also just the fact that it's definitely rotating it the wrong way. Okay, okay. They're still being translated wrong. That's crazy looking. They move so far forward, it's actually nuts. Okay, that's better. It's still that weird... It's moving wrong. Was that really better? I mean, yeah, they're spinning correctly, they're just moving wrong. Also, there's supposed to be negative point and then point. Actually, I know for a fact that's how it's supposed to be. Yes, that's what's technically correct. Yeah, but look how far that moves. It's crazy. So then I wonder if this is meant to be written that way. Or it's meant to be written this way. Because transforms are weird with order of operation because it's like they do it the opposite way or something. Yeah, no, that moves it just really incorrectly. No matter which way I put it. Alright, let me see if I can't find like a Godot specific. Okay. I will try this. I treat it as if this has a virtual parent. So what I do is I place an object at this point with this rotation. Right. Okay. I don't know, maybe this is what I'm supposed to do. Write it like this instead. Like, I don't know, this is like weird though. I feel like this, like in my mind, this just means nothing happens. Yeah, it means the translation doesn't do anything. So I think what I'm meant to do is I'm supposed to take this and translate it like so. And then this still doesn't give me the right answer. Wow. Okay. Yeah, this is why rotated doesn't work, because it doesn't, I'm not rotating about an origin point. I'm rotating it about itself. So even though I do this translation, it's still moving just the origin point. It's not translating it from the left too. Yeah, this is the other thing too. This is just like this should have been on the other side of that as well. It's so. I feel like Godot just has a messed up way of representing transform math. Like, I think it's just backwards. If I want to take A and rotate it by B, I have to do B times A. Like, that's how you have to write it. It even says it right here. Optimized form of rotation transform R times X. So really, I would have to do rotated time. Like, it's all screwed up. And the thing is, like I said, it's not a transformation matrix in the sense. If I call rotated, it rotates it about the origin point. It doesn't. It rotates it about its position in space. So if I have a point 111 and I rotate it, I mean, I guess that's actually it. I take a point, I rotate it what I take the vector pointing down. I rotate that. I think I actually, maybe this would be an easier way to do it. I take the vector pointing up. I rotate it by this angle and axis. But from the other side, because it's just weird that way. Let me make sure this multiplication is in the correct order. And now you gotta scroll up to find the real one. The right vector by this quaternion. It's backwards. It's just literally backwards. I have to do quaternion. I have to do angle times point, not point rotated by angle. It's like point rotate by angle. No, it's angle rotating this point. All right. Anyway, I have this is actually made a different one. I want to do no. No. Oh, man. Okay, I think I get it. I gotta do it in this stupid way. I have to... And moving this doesn't do anything. Not really, but... This is how I do it. Really? You're killing me. I'm gonna explode. I'm gonna explode. I'm gonna explode. What can I do with transform 3Ds? Yeah, just the problem is that these aren't actually... Just don't treat like matrices. If you apply rotation, it doesn't rotate about some origin point and rotate that. No, it's gonna rotate about its center. It just rotates its bases. This gotta be it. I'm just gonna actually explode and freak out. This is just crazy. My idea here was just to pretend I have a virtual node sitting here, and this one is now underneath that node. So this one's transform would be moving up, essentially. Just an up motion. Right? And then this one would be sitting at that target rest position with this rotation. Why did it not work? I don't understand. This I think this should have worked. Okay, let's see where it goes wrong then. Okay. I have apparently no local variables here. Okay. Rotation axis, it's approximately aligned to the x-axis. On the creature, yes, approximately on the x-axis. The angle, it's whatever. Translation, moving up 1.32. So now I'm building the transform effectively of this target rest position. Okay. Identity. It will translate down. Oh. Okay, well, I see where it's wrong now. This is supposed to be relative to the body? Right. I need this point relative to... Really? This is relative to the whole body. Okay. I need this relative to the legs coordinate, which should have just been I mean, I don't know, maybe that actually is right. Read it out here. I mean, let me check. Do I multiply this by body global position? Global transform. Global transform. So this should, yeah, this should be relative to the legs location. Okay, so I'm sure that's right then. It must be right. Now rotated, you'll see it won't change this one, but it will change this one. It did change that. What? Weird. That's not what I expected to see. Why? That's just not what I expected to see. Why? What? Now I'm really annoyed. What? No, that doesn't make any sense. No. You can't do that. No. That doesn't make any sense. Now I'm really annoyed. Oh my god, I hate how Godot is just backwards. This is just the most confusing thing ever to figure out. Just rotate it, translated, local. Rotate it. No. the identity, it will move up. So what I expect to see is the Y will go down and one of these two will increase or decrease or change or whatever. Okay, it happened. And then I move it back such that these will probably be the Y. I expect the Y to be 0, but these two should be kind of left over, right? Okay. So what does this say? This was, I went down, I went slightly this direction, and I went back a lot. This is wrong, the Y changes. I mean, I guess it can change a little bit. It's just that the ones at the back drop. Why do they drop? Why do they drop? The rotation is right, but then they drop. I don't understand why they drop. It's so weird. The ones at the front are good. Why do the ones at the front look fine, but then the ones at the back, like, go into the ground? Why does that happen? Why do the ones at the back go into the ground? Why is it so bad? Maybe this is it. I make that be it. And I give this one a translation. I make this one I'm just writing exactly what I had before. Okay, so we just have a rotation, and then I'm going to translate it, you know, down, forward, right, or left, I think. Down, forward, left. Okay. And this one is just going to be that transform multiplied by this. No. No. It would be that moved by this. This is why I hate it because it's backwards. It's backwards. It's just backwards. It's all so backwards. I have to do everything backwards. Oh my gosh, that's correct now. Look at that. Isn't that just stupid? How is that stupid? Why is that so stupid? Why are you so stupid? Why is Godot so stupid? Is it, like, okay? Also, the angles are actually... I know that the angles are wrong. I'll fix that. Just, yeah, rotate by the other way. The direction there. Huh? Wait, am I, like, crazy a little bit? Whoops. My bad. I don't know the center of my screen is apparently. Why is it just like not doing it sometimes, by the way? If body has desired forward. Is this like... Is that a problem? Because I see it flashing a bunch. It's also just definitely not doing it here, I think. I have like an extreme like 20-degree angle, and I can't even see it here. What? 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 What is that like? It's going the whole way, and then as it's stopping, it's like, boop. Why is it doing that? I don't know. This is just strange. I mean, I think it's... Huh? It's so weird how it's behaving right now. I do not understand. What? Why is it not angling its legs? Why is it not? So I'm gonna do it until like it's right at the end, and then it's gonna be like, oh, yo, what? What? Oh, 7,000 errors. Maybe that's part of it. The axis vector must be normalized. Oh. There we go. Okay. Yeah, that's what I wanted to see. I want to see that. I want to see it do that. It does seem like it's, you know, it's looking way too far forward. Okay, they are teleporting forward quite a bit. Wait a second. What? Oh, what the hell? This is so weird. Wait, what? No, 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 no. This doesn't make any sense. Okay, 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 okay. This doesn't make any sense. Um, no. Okay. Godot Transform 3D is ass. It is ass to work with. It is actually just so bad. It's so unnatural how they write it out. Because you would think you would, normal operation left to right. It's actually left is operated by right, but then the multiply is still in that order of operation. So it's like A translated by B, and then this it's like you're stacking it like this, okay? Your base layers at the start, and you layer on top of that as you go. Like maybe that's just the way to think about it. I think it's just so wrong. That's not how it should be written at all. Okay. I don't think I need that force update. That force update's not necessary. I got rid of too much. I want the point. Okay. Okay, fine. I'll just write it on a different line. Okay. So, here's the idea. I'm going to create a fake transform that is just going to be moved down. And then I create a fake transform that is going to be rotated. So if I think about it as, stacking on top, okay. So what I want to do is I want to move it to that point, and then I want to rotate that, and I want to move it up, and then that's that result is the transform that I want the shapecast to have. Okay. So this says, copy this transform translated by the offset as if it was t times x, right? So if I'm stacking it, it's like this, stack on top of that, right? No, I want to build it backwards. Hand programming in 2026, yep. Hello, Vasid. Let me think about that. Hang on. Vasid me 98. I don't know. That just doesn't sound right. I'm surely not saying that right. If I'm thinking about stacking it that way, then I think about the last step that I take. The last step is going to be moving it up. Right? I have to think about the last step that I take. I think that's how I do it. And then before that, even though I'm writing it after, before that, I would then rotate it like this. And then before that, I would translate it to that rest position. Is that right? I'm right. All right, cool. I'm about at the edge of my patience, honestly, with this, because the fact that you have to think about all these transforms completely backwards because of how they transform them is stupid. All right. So first thing, it's gonna move up, right? But that's the last step, logically. I move it down, I rotate it, I move it up. So I do it backwards. I move it. Wait. Yeah. I would move it up as the last step. So I do that first. And this would be a rotation. It's not looking correct though. But then I translate it back. Alright, so what's the current one? What does it already look like? What does it look like right now? So the result is that it's going to move down a lot. It will, like... What's this floating box in front of it? I don't know why that's... What is this? It still feels like its legs are being left behind. Okay, I think that's just like weird rotation stuff. I don't think I'll worry about that. Where are you at? Go way over there. Okay. You literally have to do it backwards. I can't believe it. That's like, why? Why do you have to literally do it backwards? Note. Think of stacking, I don't know, a sandwich and then just do that backwards. But using the rotations and but using the actual rotations and translations. I think that's, I don't know. I start with, it's like the bottom bun. I stack this, I move forward, and I stack that. So what I would do is I would say, all right, take the top, the last thing. Think of deconstructing sandwich composed of the operations you want. Yeah, the fact that it has to be done backwards is just ridiculous. Okay. Alright, well, I've done that. I think that took more out of me than... right, I want to walk you into a vertical wall. That's what I want to do, because that should just work. Though I have no idea what's going to happen if I do that. What do you think about this? Alright, it phased through it. Why? Why did it phase through? Why did it phase through? Going forward is correct. Going backward is correct. Why is it like this? Ooh. I'm seeing angles that look weird. I am seeing weird angles. Also, how's 20 degrees not enough? Like 20 degrees is really high. Just walk straight through it again. What if I made it go slower? I mean, surely I don't have to make it do like... Okay. I think I saw what happened there. So it didn't get to rotate the body in time. So what if... I just make that really high? Let's set up a little bit better. It still just walked right into it. Wow. What about slower motions? Gradual. Huh. Hmm. I feel like it was almost, I think it was really close. I don't know, maybe I just really, because I'm at 20 degrees and that seems like crazy to me. I thought I'd be like doing like a couple degrees. Okay, let me do this. Let me take this off. Ooh, it was very close. It started to climb up. Yeah, the issue is that it changes and then it wants to be inside of the other object. Here's a possibility. I could use the maybe stick with the straight down projection. And then yeah, I mean I'm gonna have to stop and rethink this. So dude, I feel like just such a dumb day. Such a dumb day. I can't do that. Because it keeps pushing it forward. So eventually there's a point where it pushes it inside of the shape. If the body doesn't start lifting like immediately, or I mean I can slow it down a lot. Let me try that. I'll slow it down a lot just to see if it can even do it. Not really, right? Not really. Even going as slow as possible, not really. Let me try even slower. Incredibly slow. This is really difficult for it to do. Wow. Oh. But it kind of got... Oh. I was going to say it kind of got there, but then it just really did not get there. What if I told you to go here? Maybe it was because I had it too close to the edge. Okay, it just phased straight through the... It just went straight through it that time. Okay. I mean, it comes back to it again where I just need a totally different way of scanning for contact points. Tough. That's just really... stupid. It's just really stupid. I'm trying to think a little bit about how I could change that. I mean, really, it really is just a raycast. I think isn't enough there. I do need something a little more complicated. Walk into a wall like that. I mean, maybe part of the problem is that there's floor there. Maybe that's part of it. As it's scanning ahead, it doesn't remember that step point up here. It'll eventually phase totally through it and say, all right, forget that, we're just casting onto the ground. But I can't do that, right? So I think in addition to that, I probably need some kind of like ray cast from possibly just from the center of the body out to that target point, and then I hit the first thing that I see there. And instead that will be my step target. So in that case, if it's going up a straight wall, that's what it will see. However, I do have this case where, let me go over here so it's a little bit. I do have this case where it should actually go, you know, up. Like say the body is, see the mouse? Right here, and it wants to step up here. It could move its leg straight up that way. That would be okay, right? This like arch here. And maybe that's what I do. Maybe I track that arch and I do a ray cast along the whole arch. And if that arch intersects something, that's going to be the new contact point. So maybe ahead of time, I detect where I want to go. I draw the arch. I do like simple ray casts on the arch. I mean, this is getting back to me saying that this old idea of like actually using like a path ray cast. Path cast. So if it was on a step like this, it could just go straight up. If it followed that path, it'd be fine. It's obstruction free. But then if it wants to go here, you know, up and forward, it'll see this wall and it'll hit here. And it'll say, all right, well, let's go there instead, and then draw that path. You know, until you like an obstruction-free path. That's hopefully not like going backwards, I guess. Maybe you would only just do it, only do it once. I guess that could be a solution. I can draw that path that I want the leg to take. I like basically fully pre-compute it. And then I draw the path. And then the leg will try to take that path. Though mine isn't quite like that. I do have the case where it's, I mean, I guess I can't really think about that case. If the path becomes obstructed sometime after deciding to take that step, then it's probably likely something that's moving fast, right? Something moving very fast has appeared in the path, and maybe I just allow that collision to happen. And then I probably just have some other code that's like, all right, well, if we hit something while we're stepping, what do we do then, right? Do we give up on the step? Do we just stop right there? Do we say, all right, we've hit our ground, or do we just bring the foot down instead to try and like find solid ground? Like, what happens there? I don't know. Maybe there's just too many questions to be answered. What I have seen is the raycasts are like absurdly long too. Mine, I feel like I think even mine are higher than they really should be, honestly. Like they're basically at the knees, I guess. And they go down from there. Like I probably should have some sort of I don't want to do a ton of raycasts. I don't want to do like a lot of raycasts. Cylinder shapes. I mean, I can use it. I can use a cylinder shape, which I guess in that case kind of makes it like a wide raycast happening. Maybe I should use that. The issue is intersections, right? How do I know that? I don't just want to do another raycast. Maybe what I say is that's what I don't want to do. There is a point as it walks up to a wall that even for a moment the raycast is hitting the wall. If I angle it, the raycast is hitting the wall. So there's at least a moment that I have detected a new point. But then that point gets overwritten because eventually, like as the leg is on the way to that point, the raycast slips behind the wall, and we're no longer colliding with the wall anymore. We're colliding with like floor behind the wall, right? How do I know when that's happened? I guess in that case, what I could do, a very simple solution, would be to raycast from where that sphere, the origin point of where that sphere hit, to the next point. And if at any point that intersects something along the way, then I say, all right, this is some obstacle we can't walk through. We have to like get on top of it first, right? Okay. I'm not going to do any more coding, but I will visualize this. I think this is probably... And I'm trying to really make sure I do it minimizing raycast and shapecast. Like ideally, I would not do I would not do any checks unless I'm like suspicious of something. Like that would be ideal. I would be like kind of confident that I do need to make this check. Okay. So here's that sphere. right? So it's coming out like this and it hits here. And this is basically the line, right? So it hits here. And then something happens, and I mean, I need to think about the continuous state, right? Essentially, the continuous state will just keep doing this. It'll eventually get up here, and then on the next tick, it's already intersecting it, so it draws all the way down here, and I guess I need to drag this down. And now it's hitting here. I want to color this. No. Oh, what? Why did you just fill in? All right, weird, whatever. And then suddenly we're drawing this one. So my thinking is that going up is not such a big deal, I think. If we hit a point that's closer to the body and up, maybe that's what it is, right? If my last safe distance was like 1, or okay, not 1, 0.2, and then my next safe distance is 0.8. The safe distance has increased, which means there's a drop-off happening, right? There's a drop happening. At that point, I can probably do the second check where I say, all right, let's do just a plain raycast from the origin of this sphere to the origin of this sphere and check if there's a collision. And the reason for that is basically an analog for doing a cast from this collision point to this collision point. I think for my case, it's close enough. If that raycast hits something, then I discard it. I discard this. I have to essentially wait till my leg reaches this point, no matter what. So this raycast will essentially just be sitting there saying, yeah, I'm getting hits, but we're not updating that point. So what about a case where this probably makes sense to do that drop? That it could have a problem. I think I'm good. Okay. Did I just change the color of this one? No, okay. That's just not the color that I wanted. Let me flip those around. So here's the opposing case where I would want that to happen. Wrong way. So I got my raycast going like this. I'll just make it larger, I guess. So I got my raycast going like this. I think I can do right. We're coming along, and pretty much the last hit that this sphere is going to hit is, I guess, like here, right? Something like this. And then, at least in this case, because it is a sphere, it's going to be a little bit... I think I just like did some weird... Yeah, I'll leave it like this. The next time it runs, it's going to look something... and it pasted it down here. It's probably going to look something like, kind of like this. I'm trying to like model it a little bit. It's going to look something like that. But this distance has increased. So the safe distance has increased. But if I draw a straight line between these two origin points, we're good. So I say, all right, yeah, sure, you can do that. So then we update. We move forward a little bit more. And now this one comes all the way down here. And then we draw that straight line between the origins, and you can see it's pretty safe. Right? This is very far away from any geometry. It's going to say, yeah, you can do that. So stepping down, that's fine. Stepping through a wall, it's going to say, no, we can't do that because every single point over here, this sphere is hitting the wall right there. So it's going to leave that point there, and eventually the body's going to start rotating. And who knows, let's say it does like a huge rotation and we're up here now, right? And this is like, technically at this point, this is a lower safe distance. Or a higher safe distance, safe length. So then we do the check again, and we say, yep, we can draw that straight line without any collisions, so then we update. And this will rotate more until it's like this. And it's still like going down technically, but it can still draw straight lines. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's the secret sauce. I draw only when the safe distance increases. I check if I can draw a raycast between those origin points. Of the spheres. Which is basically just taking the target direction, multiplying it by the safe distance, and then I have a point on the line. I have that line segment. But it does mean that during climbing, it does this check a lot. It'll be checking a lot. But it is one extra raycast. This is always just one raycast between the origin points of the spheres. Okay, but there is also kind of a complex case where during a rotation, maybe that step point, I don't know, for whatever reason, there's like a block or something in between here, and the last time it hits the ground is here, and then it hits the ground lower over here, but there's this big block in the way, so it tries to draw that line and says, no, we're gonna force our leg to land here. And it'll never take a step. Even though in that case, it actually could safely take a step, because it can probably step over that. And maybe that's where the path raycast happens. I'd have to split it into segments. I have to compute roughly some path that it would take around. The problem is just that discontinuous thing. I mean, walls are a special case where essentially it should go from a pretty short safe distance to a really long safe distance. Maybe that's the secret. I just do some, you know, guessing. I keep moving it up. I keep moving it up. And then suddenly it, like, you know, it moves a huge distance. Specifically moving that large distance down. And that's when I say, all right, let's think about it, right? Let's think about where. Let's do that extra raycast. But I mean, even in that case, it could still be the same way, right? It could be really high and it's just like a big step down, but it thinks there's something in the way because a straight line is intersecting something. I want to avoid that. I don't want to do a path raycast. I really don't want to do that. That sounds so horrible because if I do that, then I have to do that for every single leg constantly. Every time I try to take a step, it has to do that path trace. I mean, maybe it's not so bad because it'll just be done one time. It's not done constantly. Like this one would have to be done constantly. That would only be essentially saying, no, it would be. Maybe what it is I have my step target. I say, all right, cool, this is where my leg is going. I get a new step target and I say, can I get there from where I am now? Or you know what, it's more like, can I get there from where I'm about to put my leg? Can I get there from the last position? And if I can't, that's this check. If I can get there from my last position, then I take it, no questions asked. If I cannot, I just kind of leave it and I say, okay, I'll remember it, but I'm not gonna check it yet. I'll just keep going to where I'm going right now. Once you get to that point, then I ask, okay, I've been waiting. I wasn't able to extend, but I have a new step target that's, I have this new step target, right? So then I do the expensive path trace. I say, all right, from where I am now, could I step there? And if I can't, I say, you know, maybe I look for a better one, right? Maybe that's when I say, all right, is there anything in the area that I can do? And can I... But even that, it's like, that's so many path traces. And that sucks. And I don't want to do that. I don't want to do like a million path traces. Alright. I'm not sure. I think this is the point I haven't come up with a simple solution. This would have been nice. But it makes it impossible, like I said, for it to do any sweeping rotations. Like, if I had... I mean, let's just say that this is looking straight down from the top. And the raycast is essentially going like straight down, so you don't even see it. All we see is that this was the last point we hit, and then suddenly we hit over here. So we've been like rotating. And then there's the next point. And let's just say this is a drop, but there's like a small cube here or something. Right, I don't know like what color really make this, but let's say there's just a box here. There's a short box here. And it draws a straight line and it hits this box and it says, nope, we can't go there. So then it rejects that. And then this leg is just stuck here and it can never move forward. I guess maybe this is the case where I tell the bot, all right, forget it, lift your leg and take it off the ground. So then the leg would come off the ground, it would start sweeping, and then it would say, it would see here, oh, I've got a straight shot, and then it would make it. It would take the step. I mean, maybe that could be it. Maybe it's a combination with a leg lift. So it'll keep its leg there until whatever system says this leg has got to come off the ground now because it's holding us back. It will take the leg off the ground. It'll allow rotation or movement to start happening because this leg is just kind of free floating. And maybe, yeah, maybe that's just what it does. Maybe it even moves over the top of this box and then bam, it's got the line. Or I guess at some point around here, it would see that it can trace a straight line to this, to the next step target. By that point, the probably step target's like moved over here too. So it's even getting better because it's a longer distance. So then it will snap to it and say, all right, let's put the foot there now. Maybe that's that solution. The leg lift helps me there. But at the same time, I always knew that I could make that. I could make that step, and I'd be fine. There's an idea. I have an idea. I could do a sort of like an optimistic trace. And you know what? I could also just, if performance is a problem, I can actually space out the calculation over time too. I can build up the queue and I can say, all right, on the next tick, try this raycast. And I try that raycast. And the next tick, I try the next raycast. And eventually I get through all of them. Even in that case, eventually I get through all of them. I'd probably have like no more than 20 ever, I feel like. 10 should probably be enough. Like a path trace of 10 segments would take 1/6 of a second to calculate. Have pretty much no impact on performance because it's plus one raycast per frame. Even in that case, even if I draw the whole path out, doing 1 or 2 raycasts per frame will get it done in like 1/10 of a second, and then boom, it'll be there. Here's the other thing. I just draw the straight line, and if it's bad, then I say, all right, on the next tick, we're going to do a 2-segment path. So then I say, all right, I draw up and I draw to it. Or on the next frame, or I queue up a 2-segment ray path or path trace. So the next frame, I do the first raycast, it's clean. Second frame, I do the second raycast, it's clean. And I say, all right, I think we got a path, right? And it'll be really optimistic, right? So in that case, like a 2-segment rate, like a 2 or 3 segment would get there. And that's probably, honestly, that's probably like good enough, right? You'd go here, then you go straight, and it would trace the path around it in 2 frames, adding only 1 array cast a frame. So if the safe distance shortens, then I accept it, no questions asked. If the safe distance increases, I have to do this test. I have to draw from the origin point of the spheres a safe path around. I start optimistically, just saying, can I go straight there? If I can, I accept it. If I cannot, then I queue up a 2-segment trace. And if like the 2-segment trace fails, then I do a 3-segment trace. And honestly, I probably just go to like 4 segments. 4 segments is probably the max. I do a 4-segment trace. That would be one. Well, on that first call, I can check it right away. That's probably fine. I check it right away. So the next frame would be 2. So I do 1, 2. And then if that fails, it'd be 3. So 1, 2, 3 at 5. And then I'll add a 4. So it'd be like 10 frames. It'd be less than 10 frames to, I think in my mind, do like a pretty good calculation. Because if it's doing like the full, you know, it's also going up and over at the same time. We're just doing the origin points of the spheres. I'm not doing a full shape cast. And then I just trust it if I can draw a straight line. I could do an actual shape cast trace as well. I'd be hesitant for that because then I would probably have to have way more segments. Because it's likely that the first 2 or 3 might even fail, even though like a straight line through the origin points would work. It could just clip things and just not be quite good enough. It's not too complicated. It is getting that path trace that I keep thinking about, and I don't want to do because it's really expensive. But if I space it out and I start optimistically, then it could work, right? So instead of saying, oh, we gotta do a path trace, all right, do 20 shape casts in a row until one of them fails. No, it'd be, all right, do a line, do a ray cast straight there. If it doesn't work, on the next frame, we'll start a 2-segment trace. I mean, and I could get really advanced too and do the ray trace. And then if the ray trace works, then I do the more expensive shape cast to verify that it works. I don't think it's necessary though. I think it's enough to just do the origins of the spheres. And yeah, I mean, logically to me, it would only get hard when I have crawlers going over very complex terrain. And even then, because I'm spacing it out, I'm like delaying stuff and doing the next frame. Because they're moving in like human scale time. They don't have to move in like real time, right? I don't need to make a great calculation in a 60th of a second. I have to eventually get to the right answer within probably like a half a second or a quarter of a second. A half a second is probably even fine too. Right, that's my theory. That's my theory. Did I already delete all of this code? Did I already delete all of the code? I think I did. Man, I'm an idiot. Because I can keep that. I should keep that. I did. I already deleted it. Alright, bring it back. I want it back. Thankfully, I can just bring it back that quickly. Okay. Because this case, I can keep it. I just have to have that extra intelligent spot of checking the direction or checking that path afterwards. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I probably should have like a little bit better of an interpolation between the two instead of like suddenly snapping it, but it's probably fine. It's funny, it just like kicked itself in the face with the ball. Or kicked the ball into its face. It doesn't do any detection when I push it though, which maybe it should do detection when I push it. All right. I'll say I've done that because I now have the next thing. Yeah. So I'll say when when shape step past safe length increases, you must perform an origin to origin raycast from the old step and the new step. If it fails, and that's just like the next point too. I'll have that new point and I'll progressively see if I can reach that point later. Though it does kind of create the issue of cues, actually, because I'm constantly getting a new step position. So it could be the case that I'm checking... I mean, I guess the worst case is that I'm checking however many next step positions as I have possible segments to queue up. So I could have 4 steps being calculated at once. If I go up to 4 segments. I'd be checking a straight line to this one, a 2 segment to the other one, or to the previous one, to the immediate previous one, a 3 segment to 3 prior, and a 4 segment of the last of the 4 segments from the 4 prior. But that scales linearly too. I'd be doing up to 4 raycasts extra. So if I say go at the 4 segments, we're doing 4 raycasts extra per leg. If I say 5, we're going with the 5 extra per leg. 5 additional raycasts on top of the original one. I mean, I could also just discard old ones too, but I kind of don't want to. Because I could end up producing, I guess, just a different path entirely. Because I could start following the... If I have 4 checking at once, the 4th oldest one says, yes, I'm ready. Come, like, go step there. Or this is a safe path, go step there. We start moving. What do I do with the other 3? Do I just delete those? Or say, alright, let's stop doing those? I mean, I guess so, actually, right? As soon as I hit one that's fine, then I discard any other future ones that I'm checking. And I just keep updating that next position. And then once I'm ready to step, then I say, alright, can I do a step from here to there, to this point? And I just pick the first one that succeeds. Yeah, so while it's trying to step, it could be running up to 4 extra ray casts per frame. Which, now that I think about it, if it's stacking up like that, is that really an optimization then? Oh no, it definitely is, because I'd still be spreading it out over time. Well, no, is it? Because the catch here is that I do the 1 ray cast, that fails. I do 2 ray casts, that fails. I do 3 ray casts, that fails. I do 4 ray casts, that fails. In the trivial case, it's always faster. The straight line succeeds immediately, and I didn't have to do 4 ray casts. However, if I am constantly failing, then it's probably not any better than just checking the 4 ray cast every time to the next step. So maybe that's the trick. If I start failing, I mean, maybe it's just a counter. Maybe I just have a counter. And I say, if I fail 1, the next frame, I'll do 2 raycast. If I fail that frame, I'll do 3 raycast. And if I fail that one, I'll do 4 raycast. And then I'm just stuck on 4 until I get a success. That could be it. That could be the... Because then I don't really have a queue. I just have an integer that tells me how many segments am I going to do. And I always start optimistically. I try 1. But then as I start failing, then that number goes up, and then I get to that same point where I'm checking 1 segment on 4 step targets, or I'm just checking 4 segments on 1 target every time. There's no difference. It's still 4 raycasts. Yeah. If it fails, it also says increment the counter and delay to the next tick. This counter represents the segments of a path ray trace. Of a path trace. From the current... current step target to the next. Hey, Marks. I'm about to wrap up, actually. Place 2023 cake? I'm confused. Isn't that supposed to mean that it's your birthday, or is that a different one? Yeah, that's a different one. I just had an idea for a solution to the thing walking directly into walls. I had this incredible diagram set up where essentially, imagine this is looking from the side profile of it walking into a wall, and this is the ray trace for the ray cast, I should say. The ray cast for the step target. I'm muted? Nope. You are muted. I am not muted. Nope. So, yeah, I mean, I was going to explain it, but you can't. You just have Twitch muted, so. Nope. Anyway, nerve segments of a path trace from the current step to the set next targets. When a path raycast. Then update the step target. Nine hours? Wait, where'd the 8th hour go? I swear I just said 7. Alright, I'll type a message. If you are still here, March 20, am not muted. Just in case the head shake was not obvious enough. Update the step target. And I think if the... Yeah, I might say like if the path shortens, then it should be safe, right? I guess there is a case where it could abruptly shorten. I don't think I might have anything that complicated, I think. Because the idea there is that it's walking underneath something, and then somehow it suddenly realizes there's floor above it, and it tries to step on that. I mean, I guess it could just always be a raycast then. Would I really have to do that? I always have to raycast to the next one. I don't think I have to. If the length decreases, assume it is safe to use as a step target. I think that was probably the case, right? I think decreasing is the common case because it's typically going to be going up something. Or, I mean, you know, relatively going up. If it's walking down a hill and it's going flat, then that distance is always decreasing. It's when it's going to try and step down that it's kind of a problem. It's a possible problem. And maybe saying step down isn't the right thing to say either. Because depending on the angles, it could be possible that between frame 1 and 2, it's the length shortened, but it is still a... I mean, no. It's... I think specifically if the length suddenly... If the length increases at all, I need to make sure I'm not going through a wall. decreasing, it's probably always fine because it's technically getting closer to the body. So I don't really know how. I mean, okay, maybe here's the case, right? Maybe it's like there's no wall here, right? And it's the other way around. There's no wall here. And then suddenly a wall comes down, right? And now the raycast is hitting here. What happens? I think in this case, I think the assumption that this should be a safe path to take is probably valid. Because if in this case the wall is coming down, you want to move your foot. You definitely just want to do whatever you can to move your foot out of that area quickly. Because you're standing here and your leg is here, which means your leg's going to be crushed, right? But what about if the wall is like sliding forward? Like it's a closing door like this, right? It's passing in front of you. I think it's probably the same case. I think it's like, yeah, just get your foot on this side. I think that's all right. Yep. Assuming it's safe to use a step target, and yeah, assuming it's safe to use a step target. I think that makes sense. The segments of a path raycast. I'll say like a raycast path. Raycast path. Current step target, the next step target. Following what's the leg target would take. Following the path the leg target would take. When a valid path is found, then update the step target. If the length decreases, assume it is safe to use as a step target. A leg closer to the body is always better than a leg behind. Leg stuck on the wrong side of a wall. I feel like that's pretty much that. Okay. Good ideas. I like that. Yeah, like a whole hour just went by and I wasn't. I swear it was like 7 and I'm like, all right, I'm not gonna write any more code. Or it was like 6:50 or something was the time. And I was like, all right, I'm gonna think about this for a minute. And then it's been an hour and like 30 minutes. Okay. What's that for today? I should send this. I guess I should make sure that when I undid, it actually... I think I already checked it. Yeah, yeah, it's actually good. Okay. But I do need to commit with the debug off. And I do have it. Gosh, the text scrolling by is too much. I turn it off. And then I mean, of course it's working because I do the force. Okay, good. Yeah, it's like write the code like you're making a sandwich, right? I translate here, I rotate, I translate back up. Yeah, I think, yeah. Think of making a transform sandwich. Stack the order in the order you would order the lines as if you are looking at the side profile of this is probably like the only way to really think about it. If I literally look at the code, the bottom, the first thing you do when you make a sandwich, you put the bottom on. I move it there. Then I put, I don't know, the meat in the middle. I rotate it. And then I move it back up. Top. That's probably the best way to describe it. All right. The best way to keep it in mind. I think 30 is probably just a little bit too high. I will do 20. As the default. And of course I have the debug, the big crawler bot file open, so it just wrote that wrong default to the whole thing. Okay. $20 degrees. Yeah. The debug. And then, yeah, I think I'm just going to restore that too. Be very careful when I type this. I have never done it yet, but I'm sure one day I'm going to accidentally restore a file that I really didn't want to restore, and I'd be very sad. I would probably be very sad. Okay. One more look. Debug is all off. Okay. Angle, step, shape cast when in motion. This allows, this improves detection of shear, is that right? Shear with 2 E's? Yeah, I guess that's right. That's right. Shear walls, ahead of the body. Needs additional work. Future around target selection. First step target selection, and even when at low speeds, it struggles to climb the wall. Spinouts. But this should be an improvement generally. This should just be an improvement. Okay. All right, that's where I will leave it for today. Next thing is forcing a leg lift. I don't know how to decide that yet. But this seems good. That seems good. But I think I'll leave it for future. I think this stuff should probably be coming after I have destruction. Yeah. And I'll do walking improvement ideas. Leg step location, sweeping a larger space and track best location. Values function that compares the current leg location with the best leg location. Your position is bad, move to the next one. Yeah. Okay. Alright. Yeah, I think these are probably good for... I mean, how hard... Like, these are going to be hard and complicated, but... This one sounds really simple. I guess it's more along the lines of... Come up with the idea, implement it. If it works, it works. If it fails, then I have to, I guess, reapproach the problem and figure something else out, right? But I think these two things are good to leave as polish. Because for now, it's fine enough that they can go up and down like small inclines. Small steps, right? They can, you know, they can go up short ledges just fine. The ultimate thing will be getting it to go from, you know, make a full 90-degree turn, essentially. And honestly, in that case, I could probably make that, I could probably hide that behind an animation. That could probably be an animation. If it evaluates that it wants to go take like a more than 45-degree spin, it probably kicks off some fluid, just full body rotation and just let the legs hopefully figure it out, right? Let the leg IK detect where the leg should go. And that'd probably work. That's another idea. I guess I'll say this. For simple, and this feels like it feels like it should be a guaranteed solution. For simple solution, if the path takes angle change, like it's just a wall. Run an animation, which just replays a set. I don't know what to call this. I guess I'll say acceleration profile. I'll say sequence. A set acceleration sequence that hopefully gets it flat on the wall. Yeah. So essentially it reached that point, it'd say, oh, I'm about to go up to a 45-degree angle, and it says, all right, let's, you know, sweep in or whatever it would do, right? It could probably even just be really lazy and just like say, all right, where should the center of my body be? Let's trace a line there, and let's just, you know, accelerate to that point. It could also just say, just straight up make that the path. I mean, currently kind of an issue is that due to how it does like ground detection and its forward vectors, there's no navigation mesh for it to track. So it can't even look ahead to know where it's actually going to end up being. But in this case, if I get the navigation in, then it can look ahead and say, yeah, I'm about to take a 45-degree angle here, or something that's more than 45 degrees. I know that this is too difficult for it to make just purely on its own, so I give it help by just telling it, all right, just start, you know, moving up and taking that path. I mean, it might not even be that bad either. I could probably set up the nav meshes such that they would be like, you know, even a 90-degree wall, the nav mesh would be, you know, a 45-degree slope up that wall. So the crawler will, you know, take that path, so it'll get to this point, and then it will go here, doing its rotation, because it, you know, should be. It'll try to match its forward. I mean, that's gonna be a weird thing, right? It'll have to try and match its angle up. I don't know. I'll be able to figure it out later. Yep, anyway, that's it for today. I'll be back tomorrow. Getting very close to wrapping. Wrapping initial crawler logic. Or at least getting to the more fun stuff, like being able to shoot parts off it. Okay, thanks for watching. I'll be back tomorrow. Goodbye.